The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Apbt, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to get from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to get from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted kennels in the spotlight, danger alert come with the name. Super kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same ground, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Ledge in the doom, behind set tone. Locked tight, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game bill, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. DSK and metal, high dog, pound by hard. When they hit, praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Lil Buster, real strong. Southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends. Everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit. It's more Mike in the house.
Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo. Yeah. Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. La Mayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodlines strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. Apbt, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitter, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam, lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, Captain. We make it happen, that's the play.
So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the. There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob, 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 rob.
Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, yellow bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards.
yellow Mayday ace, turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find him in Tornado's pedigree, Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O., our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec, it's 6. Yes! Yeah. Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time. Time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low tight, apex, pressure built for the chase. Gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade. Third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah. I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
What up? What up? What's up? Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mike Friday. Whoop, whoop. What it is. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Don't forget to hit that damn like button. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Let me see who I got hanging out with me tonight. 1 second here. Here we go. Y'all got to excuse us, fellas. We got a serious storm down here in Tampa. Power going in and out. I'm just happy to be on. So if we happen to lose power and anything, I think the storm done passed, but if we happen to lose power, y'all just hang in there because I'm pretty sure we'll get back. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Garland, mentioned in the house. What up, fam? He said, War Eagle Yard boy here. What up, man? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Paul Johnson. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Talking Sport TV. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Showtime Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Showtime. He said, back like I never left. I see you, fam. I see you getting around, fam. I see you getting around. Big shout out to my man, longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. The one and only David Morris in the house. What up, fam? Let him know, Mr. Morris. He said 6 likes and 12 watching. Come on. Shake that like button. What we waiting on? Big shout out to my man, Game Dog University, a.k.a. Welsh Kennels in the house. What up? Bam! Let me see who else I got here. Just call me Fresh. What up, fam? I see you. What else I got down here? Let me see. Big shout out to my brother from another mother, the one and only Pit Dog in the house. What up, fam? My man, the bite down and shake that like button. Shake that like button at the incomparable Double M Tespo in the house. What up, fam? TDK Slim. What up, though? I seen you. Let's see what I got here. Another longtime supporter, the one and only, the legendary Mr. Will Turner. What up, fam? Hey, I appreciate everybody for showing up and showing out tonight. You know, I know I might have had Triple M planned, but y'all know how that be working. He might pop up. You know, he might pop up. But in any case, I had things already ready to roll. But, you know, I think this is a good, I'm going to put the link down because I see Welsh, I see Mr. Turner. I got the right people in the house to have this type of conversation because we talk about breeding programs and all that kind of shit. And then we talk about all about a bunch of, you know, some of the old school people and a lot of the people that we learn a lot of things from. But I'm gonna set the stage for what we're gonna do because sometimes I think, you know, we say and talk about so much in the past that you guys sometimes might forget the time frame that a lot of this happened for us. So I look back at, I think it was 1980, 81, because I got out of the service in 82. So we was already dealing with the dogs. But let's take it back to that first group of dogs when, you know, you young, we in our 20s. Now y'all take it from the early 80s and the dogs we had. 10 years had passed by the time we had gotten the 90s. And then look at the amount of dogs we had went through in them 10 years. Now remember, put me back in North Carolina when this all started. Blood, BA, Bruiser, Solo, Judo. Them dogs right there. They were the beginning of everything. And you look at all the dogs from that time period up until we got Amber. That's 10 years of dogs that had already damn near passed, fellas. Now, think about this. And I'm going to just use this as a scenario because I'm talking about building a champion American Pit Bull Terrier. Because at this point in time, we didn't have one, but we have been around enough people. The learning process, I think 10 years was more than enough to do and still be dealing with these dogs. But think about the time and the things that we learned in that time frame, 10 years. From North Carolina to Ohio, and then in the late 90s, no, we at the late 90s, we here in Florida. Bigger yard. Now, we're all familiar with the Williams sisters, Mike Tyson. You know, these were even LeBron. The reason I use these people because they were very young when they started. Javante Davis, there's another one. My man Crawford, all these guys, I mean, all these great fighters, tennis players, basketball players, even football players, somebody grabbed them when they were young. Like, let's take Tyson. He became one of the youngest, became the youngest heavyweight of all, you know, at that time period. I think he still is the youngest person ever win a heavyweight title. But look, that didn't just come overnight. Think about how much Custom Auto meant to that man. Or the Williams sisters, how much their father meant to their success. Something that we definitely learned over that first 10 years, people. Start them young. Pick them right. And then when you got that part right, the majority of what happens next depends on you. because you are responsible for what the rest of their life is going to look like. Like, that is a very serious, thought when you think about what it took to be able to do that and the dedication that it took. Like, how many times you think Mike wanted to go back to the streets, do what he was doing because of all the work that was involved? Human thought process. He had to have it in his head to want to listen and go through the bullshit that he probably went through. Or the Williams sisters having to go through this. I mean, y'all seen the movie, the shit the dad was putting them through, but he stuck to the game plan. Javante Davis, let's talk about that part, Floyd seen something in him as a young kid. Those things put money in that young man's pocket because he kept coming to the gym. Floyd kept believing in it. My thing is, our greatest accomplishments came when all the learning for us was done. I've heard Mo say it plenty of times. The time that he actually spent with them dogs. I was actually listening to Big Hill's show. I couldn't get in because I was on a job site at the time. But I was listening, Samurai and how the difference between the way they raise their dogs, but how much training and time goes into that. Then I was watching Big Hill, Big Hill, when he said he could never see his dog, being dog park dogs and things like that. Because his mind frame, based on the type of dog, that's him. You're responsible for what you create. Now, I heard Tornado did it because of what the interview said, and people who actually seen it happen come out the house, run around the rest of the dogs, and run back in the house. The trailer, that's a double grand champion. I seen a grand champion do it. Grand champion Yellow Buck run around out in the air in the yard around everybody, and like it wasn't that. The damn dog was so smart. That's what probably got him killed because Mo said, I think it was last show, hey, that dog's smart enough to open that gate. You think you ain't doing nothing to stop that. Christmas Eve, the dog wound up getting run over by a truck. You heard, who else was that? Grand champion, 7-time winner, grand champion Ace. Not only did he walk the yard, he didn't rear up or buck at a damn dog out there when everything else around him was going nuts. Now, how do you think that was possible? I mean, we couldn't afford to let nothing get off the yard. I mean, as far as chains and collars and the right links. By this time, we done learned all about the chains and the softening of the chains and the chains weak spots and making sure them collars is double strap, double security. You might get by one, but you got to really get by two because the excitement these dogs would have being around a bunch of dogs. Those things over time, there was like a training process. Like with my dog, I actually walk my dog on a leash, but I also walk my dog off the leash. Sometimes I walk her with a collar, electric collar, and then there's times that I don't. Now, I have a relationship with her that my voice should be enough. But I'm also responsible to understand that at any point in time something gets her attention, do I have enough control over her off the leash to control her, off the electric collar to control her? Now, you notice I did say she walks with a leash sometimes. Most of the time, she don't walk with a leash. She walks with that electric collar sometimes, but most of the time, she don't walk around with that electric collar. And she's still off the leash. I'm going to take a video one day to show you how smart this dog is. But how did she get that smart? Because she didn't get that smart on her own. Because I know she knows when I break out that leash, because when she sees it, you'll see her reaction is different. She jumps up and down and she starts spinning around because she's fixing to get on the leash. Because when she's on the leash, she gets to pull me. She gets straight out front and she just head down and just all out pull. Because I think she likes to work. Because while she's pulling, I'm being her resistance. And she's going to try to fight that resistance by digging in. And she's going to walk like that for a whole mile going and a whole mile coming back home. When I grab that leash, I'm not young anymore, so I don't get stupid with the leash because I know it's fitting to be one hell of a walk. And she's going to be primarily pulling me through this whole entire walk. The dog knew the difference between walking with a leash and being out there off the leash. She knows she's going to work. She loves to work. That's why she loves the leash. But she also loves to just off the chain, and she just trying to figure out which way I'm going to go. Because of repetitive dealing with this dog, she knows when I walk out the door with her off the leash, she's going to go use the bathroom where she needs to use the bathroom at. And then she'll run to the sidewalk and wait for me to determine which way. Am I going up the street or am I going down the street? Like, okay, Pops, which way we going? And whichever way I take off to, she'll start running that way. But she'll run just far enough to stop at the corner and wait for me to see which way I'm going. Am I going to cross the street or I'm going to make this left right here? I'm going to cross the street and make that right. The dog's smart enough to just know that she doesn't determine which way we're going to go. I still control which way we're going, but she's smart enough to sit there and wait for me. Remember, wait for me to get all the way up to her, make that left, and she takes off again. Now, there was no special training in order for that to happen, people. That came through just repetitive handling of this dog. Now, I can tell you right now, if you put anything in front of her or around her, I know how she's going to act. See, I have to be responsible enough to know enough about the dog that I know that how she's going to act when she's off the leash and I see another dog walking down the street. She'll look at me because I know at this point in time, I see a dog coming down the street. I call her to me. She sees a dog. She's going to come to me. but she's going to keep looking at me. Okay, what you want me to do? Because there used to be a time that she would automatically see that dog and she didn't hear nothing. She would take off. And trust me, a shot collar couldn't stop her. But I had to break her of that. How do I break her of that? By using the two things at the same time to get her to understand. You don't move until I tell you to move. You know, remember, she makes up her mind to take off when she's in the beginning about going after this dog or going after anything that's walking down the street or seeing a possum or seeing a bird. Yeah, I was going through all of that. But she'll be 3 years old in August. If I call her to me, she's going to stand there. But she's going to have that look, and she's going to stand there like she's supposed to. But all it takes is one word. I can release her, and she's going to do what it's in her to do by nature. That's happens based on spending time with your dog, understanding each other. The dog got to understand you just as much as you have to understand the dog. Which leads me to that growing up process like the Williams sister, LeBron, Crawford, all these guys that started out young. And being able to eat off that success from something that they stuck to. That's the way we felt about the dogs. When Moby talking about that maximum stress level, the man had been doing this for 10 years by the time that he finally got it down pat. Remember the Dusties, the Crybabies, the Boscos, the little Boscos. I mean, I just think about all the dogs prior to us coming to Florida. The matches prior to us coming to Florida. When we came to Florida, we was already well groomed when it came to these dogs. Mo had already made it a point that move to Florida, the yard, all of that was going to take place. That was the goal. But in order to have great dogs being around, I remember we didn't learn shit in Carolina. We learned a lot of shit in Ohio. But when you got in Ohio, that's when you get a chance to be around the M&Ms, the Mau Maus, the whole Detroit area, the whole Legion of Doom. I mean, you're around a bunch of great dog men that had great dogs. And can anybody actually say that you was somebody took you by the hand and showed you how to condition a dog? I'll never remember nobody, taking us by the hand and showing us, as far as how they were doing their dogs. But we were around them enough to see how they were doing their dogs. Got a chance to ask a bunch of questions. Man, why you do that? What's that shit you shooting in them? What's that drink you giving them? All of that kind of shit led up to a lot of things, fellas. There were no shortcuts in that process, just like there was no shortcuts in this female, Hella. Don't run any shortcuts. That shit actually really did take time. But here's the thing. But back in that time period, remember, we had our purpose. There was a purpose. Okay. When you're coming in with a purpose, there's a game plan that came along with that purpose. What made Mo a good conditioner? Mo was always a good trainer. So if he knows he can get a dog to do anything he wanted to do with some time. I think if y'all look at some of our shorts, you'll see Chaos. Chaos wasn't even, I think Chaos was like maybe 3 months old. If not that, I mean, it might have been less than that when he was training him off the leash to stay, how to walk on the leash, a puppy. And I can tell you, I'll show you that picture of Chaos, and then you look at the other video of seeing when he was out in the tennis thing, and then you see the old Chaos. See, that's just giving you an idea of how you watch a dog that was that young who progressed to be a beast as an older dog. He's older now. He's old. He's getting old. I see the gray all in his muzzle. Very, very well trained and will still eat your ass up. I mean, to the point we love him to death, but with all this training that he gets, we still don't trust him around people because he was a COVID dog. When he was trained to be around people, remember, there was a whole year of his life that everybody had to stay 6 feet apart down there. So yeah, you could walk in the store and stand in line with him, and he had grew up learning about that 6-foot barrier, and anything that fall in within that 6-foot barrier, Chaos was going to attack it. And we never broke him of that. It wasn't his fault. Really wasn't our fault because we didn't really care. Don't nobody had no business getting that close to him or us anyway, if that's what we choose to happen. So he was one of them dogs that got away with it. You know, there was no reason to make him change. But understanding, if we can get a dog to understand that much, I can get a pit bull to understand that much, to do the things that they're able to do. Guess what else? We also knew that we could get them to do anything we wanted them to do. And that's where I always felt like our dogs had a little more than what I felt like everybody else that I seen. I mean, all the great dog, man, and they have all been through, and you never really ever hear them talk about training a fucking dog. But they'll tell you how those dogs will be able to get out there and run the yard with all those other dogs and be a 7-time winner or be a grand champion. They'll tell you how it got like that. And we all might have the same thing in common, because I'm pretty sure they didn't just go out their way and just train that one dog to do that. That dog was special. If you're going to be special, I don't want to have you out here on the chain. I mean, at some point, I know how they got there. That took time to be able to have that kind of confidence and know that he's not going to run over there and hit the rest of the dogs. That shit does not happen overnight. It can be a killer and still be able to pull that off, because Tornado was a double grand champion. Grand champion ace. He was a 7-time winner. I believe I was 6 or 7 time. Grand champion Yellow Buck. These are great dogs that we watch and do this type of shit. But back in that time, we didn't have one pit bull that we could trust like that. Not one. Out of all them dogs, I don't ever remember one that we ever had that we could walk down the line off the damn leash, off, no chain, no nothing, because Mo never took the time to do that. My dog lives with a little 17 pounds Shih Tzu Mo Doodle. And even I have to watch that relationship. Remember, I told you Hella just turned 3 years old. My little Mo Doodle, she's 13 years old. 13. But they have to coexist. Sometimes they can play together, and then sometimes they can't. That's why I even have to have a close eye, because when one's in heat, the other one don't want to be bothered. But then the little dog will set the big dog off. Because see, I don't have any control over the little dog because I don't worry about her. Yeah, she can run out there on one of them big dogs and they probably snatch her up because I've seen it happen. But then she got a big little sister that will eat your ass up. But that's their relationship. The reason I say talk about this because I'm talking about building a champion American Pit Bull Terrier. I used to coach football. I coach wrestling. I train people how to handle a trade business. A trade. I like to get them young. Keep them, get them before anybody muddies the brain. See, I know I got a lot of dog men up in here. And we all might have our own simple and separate ways. Like I was listening to their conversation. I think it was on the live today. I just didn't get a chance to respond, but I was listening. It was very, very interesting how different and how other people handle things. But now I'm going to address the purpose of our time. Because it was the training and what we were training for. Because we knew the competition. And the competition is going to get rough. It can be rough because you don't know what the hell you're going to run into. You prepare for any and everything. And that don't just start, when they're 2 and 3 years old. It was plenty of times it was almost like a shock that people would say, Mo is talking to that dog. Is that dog actually listening to him? It would just be a shock to, more than, and I'm talking about dog men. I mean, around the box. Like, damn, is that dog actually listening to him? And the reality of it was, yeah. The dog, you can sit there and see the dog look up at him, which means he hears him, he's looking at him, he's paying attention. And when Mo said, no, not there, right here. When the dog go there, that means that dog is listening. So how do we get there? Maximum stress. How do you get the maximum stress? In order to get the maximum stress, you got to have a dog willing to put it all on the line. As a Marine in the training, there's a lot of people. I mean, it was a lot that couldn't keep up with us as far as running. We were small guys. Push-ups, sit-ups, and running. And I hate to run, but I was a small guy. Look at all of some of them big guys falling out, can't make it. I'd sit back and watch, just literally quit. I can't do it. I can't do it. Got in their minds just set on they can't do it. I never wanted to be one of them guys. And I guess after seeing it over them, for us, it was 14 weeks. Yeah, we was there 14 weeks. I don't know how short they made it, but that was the longest 14 weeks I mean, goddamn. I remember that first day and I remember the last day when I walked off of Paris Island. I was different. And we take all that and we put that into what are we going to get out of these dogs and this purpose? And remember now, just because we're dealing with pit bulls, we're also told you we've had over that 10-year period before into the 90s, and even into the 90s, remember, we started out with Doberman pinchers. But we can tell you stories about the Rottweilers, tell you stories about the German Shepherds, and even in the now, we can tell you about the Malinois. So that means we have been around training dogs for just as long as we've been around living. Because our infatuation with dogs started way back when we was in elementary school, and our very first dog was a dog named Jerry. He was part wolf and part German Shepherd. He looked like a German Shepherd, but he had the big body of a wolf, and he could bang. But Jerry, he was a house dog with a bunch of kids running around. So I guess his only thing he had to do was if he didn't learn anything, he learned to protect. Remember, I had 9 brothers and sisters, and all of us handled Jerry. Every one of us had our own little different relationships with that dog. That dog right there might have been the reason why we always was around dogs. Because we loved Jerry so long that we grew up with this dog, went to the service, came back home, and Jerry was still there. Old dog. I think I still only had Dan, Gary, and Sharon and Teresa, my younger siblings. They were there and they didn't even deal with the dog. So that meant Jerry went from being loose, running around the neighborhood, hanging out with us, to being restricted to a chain spot. But all they did was feed him. And I remember when Mo went home one day, he had to cut the damn chain out of Jerry's neck because the skin had grew over his chain. He had been out there that long. And we had came back home from the service when that had happened. Now, this didn't happen until not the boot camp part. I'm talking about he had came home and he had, when we got out of the service, he went out to 29 Palms. I went to Jacksonville, carried Camp Lejeune, and he went to 29 Palms. And so me and Mo didn't hook back up until almost a year and a half later. But he went home before I did. See, that's how that happened. He went home, and from home, they shipped him down to Carolina where I was. And then we spent the rest of our time together there. but it was just how things changed for Jerry. And I think I noticed how Mo took that kind of hard because he felt like he let Jerry down, I guess. But I know that changed Mo as far as dogs. Maybe that's why he's more into it than I am. I mean, I'm into it, but I'm not no diehard like him. I didn't get up every damn morning knowing there was almost 80 dogs, 100 dogs when we first, when he actually filled up that yard. And look how many years that took after getting here. But what I'm trying to say is, through all those dogs, when you start talking about competition and having the best, it takes dedication and work. And sometimes I believe when people be talking about these dogs, it's almost like they be sitting out on the chain and everything be cool. And then all of a sudden you decide to wake him up and then you go grab him and, and you put him in a keep and shit and everything's supposed to be dandy. I'm almost thinking that that's the way some people might have been doing it. Because you don't ask anybody about what you're going into, how they did their keep or anything like that. But for people to be like, hey, is that dog actually listening to him? And be shocked by it. And I'm around some pretty old dog men. And they'd be kind of impressed with that shit. Which I always felt like if you wasn't doing it, then that means we got the ups on you. Because we're doing something that a lot of y'all not doing. And so what else are we doing that you're not doing? Those things were made obvious to us. Because why would you be shocked that the dog is actually listening to him? That part right there, I was always amazed. Like, why would that be a shock? I would think that everybody did that. Even listening to the show this morning, how they was talking about, some dogs, they adjust to a lot of things. And y'all seen a lot of, guys out walking their dogs. They adjust to, how you speak to them, the sound, and how you say certain things. Well, if you're doing it repetitive enough, the dog's going to understand what you're saying. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. I'm pretty sure all of us have dogs. If you happen to hear your dog out there barking and you open the door, you ain't got to go out there, just open the door and say, shut up. And he shut up. Does the dog really understand what you were saying? Does he really understand what you're saying? Think about it, because don't he shut up? If he shuts up, then that means the dog had to understand what you said. And there had to have been something that you done other than just keep saying shut up and didn't get a response. That at some point the dog figured out that response that he's hearing means to shut the hell up. Those are small things for us that led to great things. There was a reason why we felt like we wanted to deal with a certain type of dog. Gotta remember this. It wasn't about nothing except for, I don't care how game you are, if you're dealing with a killer. We always felt that. And then a trained one? Why do you think the United States Marine Corps is one of the deadliest forces out of our armed forces? The smallest branch of the service, but you'll see one on every ship They guard the president, and they at every embassy around the world. Why? And we're humans. They don't really care about what you think. They trained you to be who you became. As a United States Marine, you were a killer. Period. Some of us were better than others, but they knew how to weed out the ones that didn't have it in them. And then for those who did have it in them, they brought it all the way out you by the time they were done. Now, if you could do that to a human being, you don't think we couldn't do it to a dog? You got champions and grand champions walking out there amongst other dogs like it ain't shit, but then these are stone killers. They're dogs. Just because they all that GR and them CHs didn't mean nothing. They were trained. And I think that's the most important part that sometimes people get away from. Y'all talk about the breeds. Okay, you got to have the right breeding, all right? Okay, I give you all that. But if you can have the perfect breed, but if you don't know what to do with it, guess what? All that talking don't mean shit. All that paper shit don't mean shit. If you ain't never done it, okay, that's understandable. But if you've been in the dogs as long as we have, and you have never done it, then maybe there's a reason why. Because that's the part I be looking at. Got a whole lot to say, but nothing to show for it. One thing I know we can show. I know it. Even to this day, all these years later, 65 years old, I still know I got a bulldog. And if it don't be for age in these times, I would still know that I would bring a bulldog. Didn't have a problem putting the motherfuckers on anybody, and why would I change away from that now? If that's what I chose to do. See, the little songs like Don't Talk About It, Be About It, that should go way beyond just a song. Way beyond. Because at some point, I know you gonna shut up. Because you don't have no other choice. Because it's time to put up. And for me, that's what the fast lane was about. Oh, we all had a whole lot of shit to say. Everybody had a whole lot of shit to say. Just like a whole lot of people out here on these podcasts and in these damn chat rooms got a whole lot of shit to say. The one thing about the history of this American Pit Bull Terrier, talking only got you so far. But if you really had a real bulldog, you didn't really have to say much, because that's double grand champion right there. Her name is Tornado. That's 8-time winning grand champion. That's Queen of Hearts. Oh, this one over here, the 6-time winner. Oh, he ain't never been over 30 minutes. Oh, that's grand champion Ace. See, when I sit down and talk about these dogs, for me, and all the guys, and I'm telling you, and there's not a name in none of these songs or that we try to give homage to, because we don't know everybody in the game, and there's so many more that we just left out. You know, Gotta Eat Gone. Super Nat Gone. Noonie gone. But for us, these were great dogmen that we knew. It's going to be probably a couple more as we get older here. But my point is, what makes them so special to us that we want to talk about? And it should be almost obvious. Because even with their own stories, at least they really do have something to talk about. They really do. But how many Douglas Browns do we have out here? How many pros? This game has always consisted of a lot of them. And that's what I loved about this game. Because, you know, you talk that shit, you really better be about that shit. So I ain't never been one for talk. You know, we get on this show and we go through a whole, I really never, I tell you all the time, you really got to do something for me to really kick you out of this here, out of this platform. Because one thing I don't do talks and shit. That for me, I would respect you better if you talk shit to me in my face than to talk to me on this bullshit right here, because you really don't know me. So there's no reason why in my house I don't have to listen to nothing that I don't want to, and I make that good and clear. Go fuck how you like it. You never gotta like it, but you're in my house. But I right hand to God, I would say that standing in your face. If I don't like it, we're gonna have a problem. I'm 65 years old with that mentality, and God has blessed me to be here, to even stand on that, because I'm a good person. But not everybody in this world is good. And I know the difference. And being I know people, based on my job and my experience with people, I know these dogs, and I know my brother know these dogs. We don't need a gang of people when we were dealing with our guard training. We always had, there was Apollo and Hans, two Doman pinchers. They were a duo. We have Bo. And what was that crazy ass Rottweiler's name? I can't. Mo, you out there? What was his name? Mo. Hold on.
Yeah.
See if
I'm here.
What was the Bo, and what was the crazy the one that everybody panicked?
Rocco and Gizmo.
Gizmo. That's what I'm talking about. Gizmo. The one that everybody panicked when he loose.
Oh yeah.
I mean, these dogs, fellas, I'm telling you. Me and Mo only had, when we went out and doing protection work, I mean, we used to throw concerts. So, outside the concerts, and then we had the after parties. We felt like we didn't need a bunch of police, but sometimes you had to have the police there just because the venues that we were dealing with required them. But as far as crowd control, people really knew how to act when it came to our dogs. I mean, really. I mean, we became real, people knew, hey, the last place you want to be over to fuck around is over there with them and them dogs, because they would cut them dogs loose. But then that's because we know what we doing. I would expect people to know that when, that's like holding a gun. Having a pit bull is like holding a gun. So, when, we talk about not really getting into training the pit bull to do what our other guards dogs do, because we always felt there's a purpose over here and then there's a different purpose over there. Because you would never see me climb over the wall with a dog like Gizmo, talk about going into a pit bull. But I would crawl over the wall with Gizmo, and if you wanted to stand in the corner and thought you could whoop his ass, I'm bringing Gizmo. I'd bring Apollo. I'd bring Hans. It's a couple dogs. I challenge many damn people. If you can get this, if you can take that damn wallet, I'll sit it right there. If you can get it, you can have what's in it. And wasn't talking, wasn't playing either. Because I always felt a motherfucker with a badass. You talk that shit, but boy, let me see how bad you really is. These dogs brought that competitive nature. And that's why we started early. And you can tell that I'm not lying if all you got to do is just go to the shorts. Just imagine that we didn't just start doing that. Just look at it as if we've been doing that over 40-something years with dogs. Now think about that. How many of y'all can say that? Well, I ain't no one for bragging, but see, I hate when I hear people talking shit, but I know you can't do what we do. So that for me, I look at that, there's a difference. And I know there's a lot of guys out there in that damn chat room they don't even get up and tell their story, but they could. I know who they are out there. But I never hear them talking about people. But I guarantee if you ever put them on the spot, they will show you shit. They will say some shit, show you shit, and be begging you, show what you got. I try not to get into what you got because I already know you talking shit and I know you ain't got shit. I know you ain't never done shit, which means you're gonna never do shit. When you've been around people as long as I have, I know what that looks like. Know what it sounds like. Never bothered me, ever. But the competitive nature of 40 plus years being around a bunch of dog men, they took that shit serious as hell. All them fights that you hear us talk about in them journals. That right there should tell you we weren't the only ones that was thinking like that. All the dog men that we named is way better than us. They had no problem saying what I'm saying. I guarantee every last one of them could show you some shit that you understand why we say the shit that we say. I ain't never had to make up who the hell I am. I always told everybody that, hey, with all the social media and the shit that's going on, there's no way in the hell that you're going, you're not going to know who the hell I am. It's no way. It's impossible. I'm on Facebook. You don't see me on Facebook typing in or saying nothing because I don't do Facebook like that. I got a lot of friends around the world, and bless and believe it didn't have nothing to do with this podcast. I mean, you can get on there and you can know who's my family, who are my real friends. You notice we know a lot of people. So for anybody to sit up and tell me somebody don't know me, well, maybe they ain't worth being known because again, this is not supposed to be a beauty contest. I don't look at it as a beauty contest or a popularity contest. Actually, I look at it as telling you our story. And this is only the dog side. That's it. And there's so much of a story that I could tell the why I know I know I'm known because there's a lot of things that I've done in life, not to be popular, but to enjoy my life, having fun, doing what I wanted to do it my way, not stepping and taking, tripping out on people, thinking I'm better than anybody, but creating a fun, happy atmosphere. And these dogs consisted of an atmosphere to where competition for us was in full bloom in the 90s, 10 years after we got into these dogs. 10 years later, I mean, it's almost at least 8, because we left Ohio in 96, but we was already in full bloom before we left Ohio. But I think I left Carolina in 86, 87. I think, Mo, you left before I did, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
So Mo already had shit in full bloom by the time I left Carolina. What is you eating? Taking all that damn, hold on, let me block that. Let me see who else I got out here. Big shout out to my man. God said, I don't come here to hate, but for some reason you bring it out. Bulldoggers, much love, twin. Give me a call. Garland, I would. I just need your number, man. I think you got the message. Hold on. Let me do it like this. Here you go, Garland. Let me put this up here. So that ticker right there has the email address. I don't know how much Mo checks it, but I'm pretty sure he do because he always gets phone calls. He's always talking to everybody. I don't feel like I can talk to you guys because I don't know shit to talk. So, but yeah, there you go, Garland. Goofy Robo, what up, man? Big shout out to my man Melee. What up, fam? Big shout out to the insane Honey Badger. What up, fam? Right, Junior. Nah, bro. Rack said another drama-filled show. No, fam. I think building a champion, it's not drama. It's actual. What it actually is being dedicated to something. To say, all right, how much would you be willing to put in to your yard just to be able to create not just a champion, but your dream is to create many. Let's look at it from that standpoint. How much are you dedicated to be able to do that much? Because I've seen that dedication a whole lot in my lifetime dealing with these dogs. And I can tell you, I'm never going to tell you I'm dedicated to these dogs like my brother was. The only reason that I'm even in these conversations because I went with all I did, I am his security. Wherever he do and wherever he go, he ain't got to count on nobody but me. I mean, I am his twin. To me, I don't call that hating. I can be the sorriest dog man in the world. Don't have no problem with being that. I can just sit back and put Mike don't know shit. You're absolutely correct. I don't need to. He know enough. When he go down, I trust and believe in what he's doing. Of course, I'm gonna be a part of it. He always using me some type of way. That's why I always in the end, I always get that time in. It was always a planned thing. All right, Mike, we're down to the last 2 weeks. Okay, I have to be dedicated to show up. I have my purpose. There's not a dog that we ever had that didn't know who the hell I was, even to this day. I can walk up and go grab Chaos. I can get Chaos to do everything my brother had taught him to do. Now, why do you think that's possible? I wasn't the one training him. I wasn't even a man in the suit. When Mo went out of town, Chaos stayed at my house. And he was just like all the rest of the other dogs was running around my house. He ran around the house. Why was that able to happen? Never, ever took him to train him to do a damn thing. But he listened to everything I tell him to do. How was that possible? Do me and Mo sound that much alike? No, dogs would know better. Maybe because the dog just known that as long as he been living, he always seen me. I know he know the difference between me and Mo. Sometimes they be so happy to see me that they stop not even wanting to listen to Mo. And Mo got to get loud with them. Get your asses back over here because they be happy to see me. What you supposed to be doing? Type of shit. Now, if you can get dogs to have that kind of intelligence, remember, and we all know intelligence really matters in these dogs. Because I hear y'all talking about, certain bloodlines, they smart. What, the dog can't add or subtract? What makes that dog smart to you? I mean, what makes a dog smart? Well, there's a lot of things that can make a dog smart, but the dog can be smart on his own without anybody spending any time with him. I mean, that's, human nature. You could see, animals that do crazy shit like birds trying to crack a shell, and if they fly high enough and drop it, it's going to break. And whatever's in it, they can get it then, but they smart enough to do shit like that. I mean, animals are smart, so we got to, how they got smart, maybe time, but it wasn't a human being that taught them how to do that. They figured it out on their own. So I'm giving every creature that God created the ability to have some type of common sense and be smart. But if you're going into doing something and you understand that, okay, this is not something that's unusual, this is something that's done by nature, then what else can I teach you to do? And that's why I was always amazed by when Mo went, his thing was that maximum stress level. And the reason I use that as an example, because when we got out of the last, for us, they called it something else today. But it was that last week we was in boot camp and got down backpacks and rifles. And that some of them call it, I think it's called a crucible, some shit like that. I mean, they don't sleep 2-3 days, just at that last, and you got to make it out there getting ate up by mosquitoes and playing in the mud and people crying and carrying on because they getting hit by the barbed wire and the gunfire going off with explosion, and they still got scared to move, and you trying to crawl through the mud, and you got a motherfucker in front of you that's scared to move. I never forgot that shit. And I thought about, Mo, how don't you think you pushing this shit too much? I mean, I've seen dogs on the treadmill. Now, remember, I'm not there all the time. So, there's been we've had many matches, so I've seen a lot. And it always amazed me that when that like when Chaos and them, when they haven't seen me in a while, and I come around, and how they get excited or they hear me, calling Mo, and they might be in the house and they come busting out the door like, it's Mike, Mike's here. Them pit bulls used to be the same way. That when I would walk in, didn't say nothing. And I could hear that meal just speed up like the dog, and then I'm hearing her because they hear me. And I always thought that was crazy because it was like planned. They've been sitting here with Mo. Mike been sitting here with Mo for the last 2 hours. And I come in on the end. I come in and Mo walk out. I got him on full go. I mean, I ain't going. I might have to let the next 30 minutes, next 15 minutes, but I'm here. We finna blow it out right here. I'm gonna be the one that's gonna take them off. I'm gonna be the one that's gonna do the cool down. I'm gonna be the one to bring them back and give them the rub down and be talking all the crazy shit to them and everything, and how happy I am to see them and everything. Then hand them back over to Mo and he put them away. I'm sitting here telling you, this is shit that every dog that we did from the 90s moving forward, we did like this. So yeah, I understand the maximum stress level because I never knew a dog could run that fast that long. Never. Until I watched him do it. And I've seen so many dogs to have done it, and we can only count maybe, say, out of 40 something, I would say at least 10, between 10, 15 times that I've seen us go over an hour. Literally go over an hour. Never, it didn't happen that much. But I never understood, Mo never changed the keep. He stuck to maximum stress, maximum power. And believe it or not, fellas, it's hard to do, but it definitely did work. I can only, not only just for us, because he had to get it from somewhere. But we also talk a lot about our experience on how we were trained. For all my military brothers, especially my Marine brothers, they know, the Marines are the only branch of the service who can get out and don't have to go through another person's boot camp. Yeah. We can switch services and don't have to go through their boot camp, but you can't do that getting into the Marines. You can't leave the Army and think you're going to skip their boot camp. No, you're going to go through a Marine Corps boot camp to be a Marine. And I always held that shit to high regards because I knew the mindset of what they were doing. I understood as a kid growing up, as an adult, I understood that mind frame. I understood what they were doing. Okay, so why can't you do that same thing if you understand the mindset of a dog? So when I was hearing the guys talking this morning, I was like, well, one thing that everybody has in common, they all understand that the dog does have a mind of its own. That's one thing I learned in that conversation. These guys knew that these dogs might have been different and trained in many different ways, but they all understood the dog does have a mind of its own. And I think the success of our yard was always going to be associated with that. Going in, and I'm telling you, it didn't start 3 years in. It started as puppies. Little puppies. Everything that we ever did started as a puppy. And for those who don't think that shit's hard, Look at all the shit that can happen between that. I would say, hell, when what's the name of them went on the chain, they wasn't even but 2 months old. We were separating some at 6 weeks old. I mean, you got 6 weeks old and they're all running around, but then you just have that one that just can't nobody do nothing right. And Mo used to always just watch them. And you let him get it off, but then okay, he got to go. Got to separate them. Got to separate him and him. And shit, by the time they was 2 months, maybe about 2 months, so a lot of them was already on their little chains out there in the yard with the big dogs. And I think that had a whole lot to do with a lot of the success that we had for us. Now, you got a lot of other dogmen out there that have their own way of doing things. Remember, there was people that had 100 and 200 dogs, some 300 dogs. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. And maybe you could take a dog off the chain, and put it in condition and then put it all on the dog. But see, we was about winning. Not saying you can't win like that, but I'm talking about maybe we just had a different way of trying to win by doing more. We're going to try to do something that, that maybe the next guy might not be doing. Maybe he's used to missing nights. Maybe he'll only run a dog 50 minutes and take him off the meal. I mean, I hear so many people how they do shit when it came to how they condition that I used to just, I wonder how that turned out. But for the ones I seen that was successful with it, no matter whether they was using droids or doing, natural, they always had some type of ability to have a relationship with their dogs. You know what I'm saying? And when you got a relationship with your dog, that dog will probably do anything you ask that dog to do. I always just felt like, when Mo be trying to have this conversation, he really don't talk much about, he tells you, the maximum stress level, but he doesn't tell you what's all involved. And I've heard plenty of people ask, but sometimes maybe you just need to call him and have that conversation. But, it was something that he didn't create, but it was something that he seen happen that worked for him that made sense. And we never got away from that, which I thought that was kind of one of them things that where he talks about it, but he doesn't put enough emphasis on that. And that conversation I heard the fellas having today, it kind of like woke me up to, that would be a good conversation to have because everybody had their own way and had their own outlook on how they did these dogs, which means that's always been a part of the game. For real. But takes me back to like the Williams sisters. People talk shit about that old man, but they made a movie about what that old man did with them sisters. I think they made a movie with Tyson. You know what I mean? Young man. White guy took him off the street and made him the baddest man on the planet. So these things can happen. But then that's why the people we hang around, the people that we was running with, are the people that we show homage to, because if it don't be for them, it was almost like it would have never been a us. Because how else would we have learned? With all the training of the dogs we had before we even got our hands on a pit bull, listen to the mistakes that we made in the very beginning. And we listen. If you can walk down the street with 7 Doberman pinchers None of them on a leash and stayed in a straight line. And I'm talking about not just down the street, walk anywhere you wanted to walk. All 7 of them, and don't nobody trip. That means we were not new to dogs at all. But that bulldog, that was a whole new world. And I did say 10 years after our very first bulldogs, before we really got it right. And when we really got it right, that's, to me, is where the legacy started. Everything before then was a learning process. But everything after that in the 90s, it was hell on wheels. Because they were, everything was about a game plan. Everything was about strategy. Everything was planned. Everything was executed. That, for me, is just a story that I tell because I'm really like y'all. I was on the outside looking in, watching. I'm just watching how it happened. I can tell you how it happened. And so I understand why, when Mo be like, we at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to greatness and the people we was around, he ain't lying, because do y'all hear the people we talk about? I mean, that should be enough. There's no way in the hell that we could be bigger and better than anybody when you start talking about the people we talk about. Queen of Heart wasn't the only dog that Abraham had. Joy wasn't the only grand champion that Mr. T and McNasty had. You hear us talk about Tony Rogers. You look at all the champions and grand champions he was behind. No. BLB, grand champion Satan, wasn't the only champions he had. Stone City, Yellow Book was not the only champion they had. Southern Kennels, they wasn't the only champ. Mayday wasn't the only champion they had. Deep South. If I remember, they had Barracuda. I wasn't the only grand champion they had.
They had Luke Kane.
They had Luke Kane and Twisted. I know they had 2 of them down there. Luke Kane and Twisted. On their yard, but them are the only champions they had. I mean, I can keep going on and on and on. But when you're around these people and you know these people, you know how they did and you know how they moved. And anybody who is around us, they would be able to say the same thing about us. Yeah, I know the twin. Yeah. And ain't just like they just know. I know more than just know. We're the same way with our relationship that we have with those other guys. It's a little bit different. No, we know them by just more than just knowing them. And you learn a lot by just watching people that are successful. If you want to be a great conditioner, get around a great conditioner. Be around one. If you become a great conditioner, the only way you can even say that you're a great conditioner and become a great conditioner, you got to show your work. And maybe that's one of the biggest things I want you guys to get out of this conversation, because building a champion American Pit Bull Terrier, building a champion, Not just having an American Pit Bull Terrier, but building one. Because that's the world we came from. Building one. And as many times we had this show, one thing I can tell you, it's not easy to do. Because if it was, everybody in this room would be able to sit there and talk about they 8, 9-time winners, or they 5 champions or grand champions, where there's very few of y'all who can say that. Not taking nothing away from you. I just look at it like maybe the dedication to the game was just different. Don't hate on me because our dedication was different than the next man's. Because we always tell y'all, we were trying to do what they was doing. And these people that we talk about, they were doing dogs. And they were doing dogs a lot. Now, if you got access to the journals, you get in there and look, you're going to see us in there a lot. It just comes to a head when you in the courtroom, and then you got somebody trying to bring up the damn journal. And I'm talking about he broke out like goddamn like a miniature Bible and shit. You know what I mean? And oh my gosh, how bad that would have sounded. If they had to let that man just sit there and read GHK and everything they had gathered from their little database of this journal. They could do it now, but they just couldn't do it back then. And I'm telling you, if they could have got it all back then, Mo might have been doing 30. The laws changed to take care of that. But it's just the dedication and the love of how to get to that point. I'm gonna let Mo take it from there, because I just wanted to just set a scenario of it's different than to have a dog, just to have a dog, compared to wanting to have a dog just to have it be more than just a dog. Yeah, you want that champion. Damn. You want that grand champion. Yeah. Oh, you want more than just one. That one, just to be able to have that one was like that one. But Mo was doing, he knew what he was doing when he took Pretty Mama and Brad out. He knew it before he did it. If it don't be for him and his greed to get out there, because he knew them bitches was never gonna like each other. And in his mind frame, he just knew, based on just norm and that breeding and what he was fixing to go with, that he was gonna shake up some shit. He said he did. I mean, there's a lot of shit that Mo has said prior to it actually happening. I remember when he would talk about his breeding program and what he wanted the yard to be like before it happened. And then in the end, everything that he said he wanted, he got out of these dogs. And that's the part we share with y'all. Because I think it's the most important part, because the dogs didn't do it by themselves. And all the training dogs all that experience we had, I can truly tell you, these American Pit Bull Terriers, they was different. I mean, Doberman Pinschers, Rottweilers, the Malinois, those are man eaters. We don't put Malinois against Malinois. No, we put those our guard dogs on people. They're for protection. People used to buy puppies because Mo bred our guard dogs to the point to where he a good bloodline for him was the performance of their parents. People would just buy dogs just because they was off of Chaos or they was off of Apollo or they was off of Zeus. You know what I mean? And the dogs would grow up to be just like their parents. Maybe that was in them, but he would always would tell them how to train your dog. Train the dog. Spend some time with them. Let them know the dog gonna clock out. You just have to be able to control the dog. Fair warning. That much we knew. But these American Pit Bull Terriers, we didn't have to worry about that part. The part we had to worry about is how competitive can you make this dog? How do you know you got the right dog? How do you know if this dog is even capable of doing what we're trying to get it to do? And then be successful at it? So on you, Mo, because maybe you might want to tell them, but I'm just setting the stage because I know damn well many champions I've seen over these years. I don't never remember nobody saying this shit was easy. The one that used to trip me out, I'm gonna tell you, Supernat tripped me out because remember he said he was that one that was like he ain't like nothing. He didn't like nothing that went wrong. He didn't like long fights. He was just totally against it. And I just, how you gonna tell? You know, what's the difference and shit? You know what I mean? For anybody out here in that game, you know, you got dogs like Jigga. You got dogs like Luther, Ace, Red Ace. We knew the Tommy Boy was going to her demise that day. They just lucky she wasn't, you know, she wasn't all that. But as far as her doing what she did, that was not unusual. We knew that prior to that. Why you think we was over there? Knew that about Brat. Knew that about Lil Mayday. Knew that about Judo. I didn't know that about Mikey though. Mikey was new on the yard. Didn't know that about Psycho either. Because we didn't raise them as puppies. They were a little bit older. I knew Buck Rogers was going. I knew he was going. We raised him as a puppy. I didn't expect that out of Bebe. I knew Bebe was a brood bitch, but I didn't know Bebe had that in her because we was never looking forward to be in her. But after she kept that mechanic bitch, I thought I was going to get pissed him off that he was just going to say, fuck it, I'm going to just go ahead and match her. Yeah, I mean, he was that mad about it. Bitch, you killed my damn mechanic, bitch. You got me fucked up. He was mad about that shit. But that only happened because the relationship he has with the dog. All I'm trying to tell y'all, follow the format. Pay close attention to the routine. Everybody knows anybody can have a dog. It's just a matter of what you choose to do with that dog. How great are you trying to make that dog? Now we know out of 1,900 and some fights, only half of them came out of there as winners. That should tell you something. That's a whole lot of losing going on. With a whole lot of chance taking to make it happen to even have those type of numbers. My thing is, what column you trying to fall in? I never seen us falling in the losing column, but I always felt like sitting between Mo and KP and all the shit that was learned along the way. I didn't have to learn shit. I wasn't there to learn shit, but I enjoyed the ride because I seen a lot of shit. Maybe that's why we do this podcast. I just show homage to the people who let us in. But then to share the knowledge and to move it forward. So you can, regardless of what you do and how you choose to do it, be the best at what you do. Let your work speak for itself. I don't care. I mean, I ain't got to say much. Receipts take care of all of that. And I think that's what's important. You wouldn't have we probably wouldn't be nothing to talk about as far as the American Pit Bull Terrier if it wasn't for the fact that we had them. I don't ever hear nobody over here talk about our music. We 65-year-old men. What we doing still messing with music? I've been around it all my life. I actually was doing that before we got into dogs. I actually was doing that while we were doing dogs. So nobody talks about our business. And all the other shit that we've ever done in life. Nobody talks about that over here. Because we ain't over here representing none of that. Over here, we represent the dogs. That's it. So it didn't take the dogs for me to be represented because I got a whole lot of other shit that could do that for myself. And it wasn't about trying to be better than anybody. It was about me having the best life I could possibly have by just having fun doing what we wanted to do and how we wanted to do it. We were going to do music. We're going to do music the same way we did the dogs. We're going to run business. We're going to run business the same thing we did the dogs. Remember, all this shit was happening before the dogs. So why wouldn't we be able to be that good with, with the dogs? Could we put in that work in that time? And that's the most important thing. We dedicated a lot of our life and a lot of our time to doing the things that we enjoy doing. And as an old man, I can sit back and be able to tell the story because at least guess what? I'm still living through all the bullshit that I've been going through as far as my health and my brother's health. We can still sit here and have something to talk about. We know we ain't promised tomorrow, but guess what? We're going to enjoy talking about it while we still got time to talk about it. On you, Mo. Let's see who I got there.
Boy, they having matches out there in the chat room, ain't y'all? Goddamn. What the hell's going on in the chat room?
I ain't got a chance to look. I was looking back. I'm dealing with this madness over here. I got to get this paperwork in. That rain just made everything crazy. You know what I mean? Got me way off. What I miss, Mo? Okay, I see.
No, they be going back and forth. The littlest shit, they just be acting out. Kids, calm down. You know we got grown folks in the room.
Pit dog out there, he ain't in nothing, is he?
No, Pit dog ain't here now. Pit dog, Pit dog ain't in this one.
Okay.
Yeah, they hanging in there. Like I said, they just in there talking shit. But you got a lot of points being made tonight. I heard you.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things. Like they say, if you want to get somewhere, you better learn how to get there. And then once you get there, then you better learn how to win with it. Shit. Just getting there is the key. You're halfway there when you get there. Then you got that one big step to get over that hump. See, I used to always wish I could just give me one champion. I just want to be able to get me a dog and make a champion. That's all. I sat on the sidelines. You know, we won one, we won two, but we just didn't ever get that hump. You know, once you got that path up to that hump, you know, the night that Brat Mama won, you know, it was a good night for me because I finally was, you know, in total won 6 matches and had 2 champions. You know, that meant a lot to me, especially with all the champions and the winners I had seen prior to that, and what it took for everybody, in their careers to get to those points. To be able to sit there and say at that time, I finally know how it feels to know I'm one scratch away from being a champion. Just one scratch away. That was a great feeling. Give a damn what y'all say. It's like crack hitting that first hit. That first taste of having a champion meant everything to me. And then for Brat to be bred on the yard, she solidified, that we was on the right track. That the day we met Mayday was the right thing. It was from the sports gods, made it possible for us to see Mayday. And then it made it possible for us to go back and breed to the damn dog. Even the sports guys looked out for little Mayday, even though little Mayday took off, in the end, the sports guys gave him back. Let us know. Yeah, he was a bad motherfucker. He got stolen, but he got stolen and got into the right hands that, he was good enough when they took off with him. He'd be good enough to get out there and win, and he did. Whether he did it under his fictitious name, the fact doesn't matter to me as long as he got into the right hands to show how good he really was. That's all that mattered to me now. And the fact that I got a chance to see who that dog really was, Kunta. So, the way I see it, Lil Mayday was already destined to be good because he was still raised by me. So a lot of that shit, man, it ain't easy. I can tell you that. Some of these kennels make it look easy because they got their foundation so on point that they know what they taking out. See, that's what makes good kennels good. When you are at a level that you know what you have to feed to participate in good competition. And guys that had that part figured out were very hard to beat, plain and simple. Some of them had good dogs that could go out there and win. But, as the game goes, there's great dogs out there who can take out a good dog. There's some dogs out there that's good, but just didn't match up well with another good dog. You got two good dogs. One of them going to lose, one of them going to win. That's just the bottom line, and that's the whole purpose of matching dogs back then. Somebody going to lose.
Radar Martell, great example.
Yep, Radar Martell is a great example. They were two great dogs.
Two great dogs.
And they showed it that night.
Yep.
Same thing with Cycle's match into that little gator dog. Those were two great dogs. And they just so happened to run into each other. You see a lot of these dogs out there. As you go through these journals, you'll see a lot of those champions out there trying to get that grand championship. Making grand champion ain't easy. And you have some dogs that made it easy because they was just that great. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
And they beat a lot of great dogs along the way. I think when Duke beat Robert T, I thought that was just one of the great dogs. And
it was just it was just one of them times that them two great dogs came together, and that's what made the game so great. That's like Buck and Sam, man. Grand champion Samson Mazinger. Those are just great matches. Great matches. You had a lot of them. You had a lot of first time out dogs that ran into each other, that you wish like hell you could have got that one off on a grand championship match, you know, because I've seen some dogs that had a lot of potential lose to a dog that turned out to be a great dog.
Jughead and Judo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Jughead was a good dog. The Judo made him look like he wasn't shit.
Sure did.
He came back after that loss, and they dropped him down to 33. The dog went on ahead and won his championship. But shit, prior to that, they was running that dog at 35. They had to get put on. Judo had to get put on him for them to realize they was winning, but they was winning with a dog that was at the wrong weight, and they figured that out when they went into judo. They knew you can't be coming in here. Y'all got away with it a couple times, but it didn't work all the time.
Didn't work that night.
It didn't work that night. And they seen how far off they was. They brought his ass down to 33. He went on ahead and made champion. But he was a good dog. He was just on a badass dog. That's all. Same with Legion of Doom. They bought a good one. They were surprised to see that, and by them being surprised, probably was what got us best in show. But that's just the competition and where it goes. You don't know until you get over in the corner and the referee say, release the dogs. But when it comes to getting there, just to get there, you got so many things, like they say in the Marine Corps, when you first get there and they have you getting on them yellow footprints, having your ass sleep deprivation, somebody constantly screaming and cussing at you, kicking your shit, throwing shit at you, waking you up early in the morning just clowning. What the hell is wrong with this man? I'm coming up out of my sleep. I mean, it was just, the mental shit that they put your mind through. They make damn sure they take mom and daddy out the equation. Because you wasn't getting this at home, then this must be brand new to you. You better get used to it. And that's how I looked at the dogs. And I think it had a lot to do with the Marine Corps. Because I remember the Marine Corps throwing me a treat every time I did something good in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying, money? They didn't toss out no treats. So why would I train a dog with treat? If I want him concentrating, looking at me because I got this thing in my hand, stepping high and strong. They look good doing that, but I don't need you looking at me when I'm walking down the street. I need you looking around. I don't need you concentrating on me. I need you eye focused around your environment. So, just because I got you walking with me, don't look for something out of my hand to give you shit. You're going to get a good boy for walking with me. And if you don't, I'm going to snatch the hell out your ass. You know what I'm saying? Until you get it right. So it's all about training and putting time in with your dog. I mean, every morning I get up and I take care of these dogs. I give them, when I take them out their cages and I walk them, because my dogs don't sit in cages. So I take them out and I walk them. When I put them back in their cage, the first thing they do is when they get in outside their cages, come back to the door before I shut it, and they stick their head out. You know why? Because every day I put my hands on that head and give them a nice rub. Rub their ears, rub them all up in their chin every day. And they expect it every day because when I go back and they go back in their cages, they all stick their head out because they know that I'm going to give them a rub. Let them know. That's how they fall in love with you. See, they expect those things because they're used to getting those things. If you're doing that same little thing that I do, the expectation that this is what happens every day, they going to walk up to that door and stick their head out because they know I'm going to be standing there to give them a rub. Scratch them all behind the ear, all up under the bottom of that ear, right there where they just want to fall asleep in your lap while you're standing, their head just sink all into my thigh. But they love you for that. You know, if they didn't like it, they wouldn't put their head out there every time I put them in the cage. If they didn't want it done, they wouldn't put their head up there to get it done. So they learned that they like that, then just put your head up there, he gonna give it to me. You know? And it's all in, you know, I think it's the commonality between the relationship of you and your dog. That a lot of guys are right. Yeah, your dog will give you 100%, but he ain't gonna give you 100% if you ain't asking for it. Because he don't know what 100% look like. You got to train him to understand what 100% is. And that 100% is based on what you're teaching him to be. Okay? So you got to take them places where they never been, and they have to trust you that when they get there, that you're going to be, you know, you're going to look after them. You know what I'm saying? When I go to sending them in and that maximum stress get there, hey, they looking at me because shit, it's just getting rough. It's getting rough. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? I have to settle them down. I have to let them know, just keep going. I'm the one doing the motivating, letting them know it's okay. I got you. I got you. When all this is said and done with, I'm gonna make sure I feed you right. I'm gonna make sure I rub you down right. I'm gonna make sure everything is okay with you. Any sore limbs, any need some stuff on your feet, you know what I'm saying? What you need, you got to be able to take care of me because they know if I make them feel better, they get some good rest, they be up in the morning ready to do it again. They be ready to do it again. Why? Because like that dog going in the cage, turning around, putting his head at that door because he know he going to get that rub. Same thing. You do it enough, expectations start falling into place. And when you lead in the right way and you feel in the right way with your dog, he going to feel with you. He going to work with you. That's all. That's the most important thing. Now, another thing Mike was talking about was with the maximum stress and how I kind of glides over it. I mean, I glide over it enough that if you have common sense based on some of the stuff that I've said to you guys, you know, you can't go taking my words and try to, inject it into what somebody else is saying and doing, you know, because my maximum stress is definitely being used. A person talking about maximum stress, make sure that he understands maximum stress, not because he heard it or read about it and has an opinion on it. But, you know, to me, give me experience conversation. I don't need an educational conversation. I need an experience conversation. Somebody who's going to tell me the inside, the only experienced person who has done it can tell me. Those little things to look out for. Those funny things that you see in those matches when that tail start looking funny, that you know there's going to be some changes in this match. How would you know that if you haven't seen it at home first? You know how many dogs when we be putting our best on best, you can almost tell who's gonna be the sacrificial lamb in that one because it shows in their tail. You can be game as hell and still wanting to scratch, and the whole time you in there fighting, your tail is looking like you getting beat up, and you are. But you get it back to the corner, rub him up. Guess what his tail doing? A tail right back up. Guarantee he gonna scratch. Guarantee he gonna scratch. Even if he losing, he's still gonna scratch. That's how you know them game dogs. They don't look good when they doing it, but you get them back to the corner, you face them, guess what? Look at their tail. That's gonna tell you if they're gonna scratch or not. You know what I'm saying? You got one over there stumbling and coming out the box with his tail down and he rocking the baby. back and forth, but he's still coming across. They still coming across. He ain't got long. Trust me, he ain't got long. He ain't got long. He maybe got one more in him and he going to be standing there. But a good one, he can get beat up. And as soon as you turn around, his tail going to be right back up. And you're going to look at him come running on, galloping on across there, and wondering what's going to take for this dog to quit. Some of them, they're scratching because they believe in their owner. You got to have communication with him to know that he has to know, what his job was. And he ain't going to, you just don't learn that in the box. You got to learn, you got to teach them that responsibility, bringing them up and conditioning them and working with them to know that, the dog should be able to realize that he's not alone. He's not in there all by himself. Just like we correct them, we praise them. When shit start looking funny and things start looking bad, they gonna be looking at you. That's why some of them dogs get in the corner and want to bite their handler. You see I'm done. You see I'm getting fucked up. And you study turning me around, facing me into this motherfucker and letting me go. After some point, they look at their owner like, you don't care about me, so I'm going to take care of myself. That's when those decide to quit, or they decide to look at you. You cut them loose, they turn right around and look at you and jump right out the box. You wasn't paying attention to me, so I'm going to take care of myself. Dog didn't trust his handler because the handler gave up on him. So when you give up on him, you don't think that dog feel that shit? Not when you didn't spend 8 weeks with that mug. You think that dog don't feel when you didn't gave up on him? When now you just leaving him there just to let him get killed? You don't think a dog know when you didn't gave up on him and he on his own? Oh, yes, they do. They better believe that. And it's just, if you got guys that handle dogs, and I've always said this thing, if I'm going to have somebody else handle my shit, I'm going to make damn sure it's an experienced dog man. I ain't going to be just letting anybody handle them. It's got to be an experienced dog man who knows, he don't have to own my dog. He just got to know how to handle my dog. My dog going to work for you just like he worked for me if you know how to handle him. Don't come in there with some brand new shit that he's not used to, because he's going to look at you and respond to you like, this is some brand new shit. I don't know what you're trying to get out of me or what you want me to do. That handler got to come in there and handle him like he knows how this dog has been handled. That's why I wouldn't let just anybody handle my shit. If you can't do what I've done, then there's no need for you to handle. That's like horses. You have different jockeys. They're going to pick the best jockey who know how to handle their horse. Give me the best jockey to get on this horse and ride like I need him to be rode. And know how to call on him like he's been trained to get called on. And when he called on him, he knows that horse is going to give it to him. That horse is waiting to be called on, regardless of who riding him. You know how to call on him and get what he can do out of him. When you ask for it, that horse going to know how he been asked to do this. So regardless of who riding him, if you know how to get him there and know how to take him there, then he going to give you what he give anybody else. If you don't know how, he allowed to pull up. You don't know when, he liable to pull up. Dogs are the same damn way. But I wanted to grab some of these champions out of the book, man. And the 2003 book. And it's not this is another one of those situations where, this one here, I might just go straight to the losers and the winners. Just to go over, they were still doing a lot of dogs in 2003. No, it's not about all the champions and stuff like that. I'm gonna put the winners and the losers 2003 to show you. Yes, even in 2003, there was still a lot of dogs being done. But the funny thing about it, as you're gonna be able to see, wasn't a lot of champions, wasn't a lot of registered marriage. There was a few grand champions for sure, you know, but not a lot of like what we were seeing in the early, in the mid 90s. My man say, handling is the key. A lot of people don't understand the importance of handling. At the same time, you have to have the knowledge to know what you are looking at. That's right. That's true. I always say, man, when I be seeing guys, walking behind their dog during the match, down there acting like he need a quiet room to whisper, "Come on, boy. Yeah, that's a good boy." Me, to me, that would down there put me to sleep because my dogs weren't conditioned that way. Don't talk nice to my dogs because I don't condition my dogs talking nice. No, when shit start getting rough and that tongue start falling all out his mouth and getting that big curl in it, and you hear that hacking sound. You know what I'm saying? You better be able to understand. Talking sweet to that motherfucker is not going to do a damn thing. Getting him hyped up, getting his blood pressure, to be pumping a little bit more so you can get a bit more oxygen in you. I got to give some hype shit. How is he gonna be doing something that, that when I'm calling for you, I'm not calling you like, good boy. I'm screaming at your ass. Let's go, son. Let's get there, boy. Hata, hata. And he understands that grit. Even when he had his tires, that grit, that emotion, he know what I'm asking for. He trusts me enough to know what I'm asking for is all right for you to try. Also, all I need you to do is try. That means you trying, that means you trust me. And that's all you're trying to get out of your animal. You want that dog to relate to you, and he has to trust you. And as long as you're taking care of him, feeding him the right food, knowing his aches, addressing his aches, addressing things that you may see that need to be adjusted. When he gets out there and he feels better, that means he trusts you took care of that problem. And he feels better. So he gets back out there and be like, this is not bad. I got this. Yeah, you do got this. That's why I'm here working with you. I know you got this. I'm controlling the lead. And you just put that into him, and then it's off and running. But hold on, you guys. I'm going to put my shit up here. I want y'all to see some of this stuff here.
Big shout out to my man, Sag for life.
All right. I'm just going to go through these. Some of these is going to be on light pages. I'm just going to run down them right quick just to show you. There was a lot of dogs being matched in 2003. A lot of matches were still going on. Guys were still trying to make the grit. Like I said, some of them is going to be where you can barely see them, so I'm just going to run down them and get you to the clear pages, so I won't be on the light pages long. Okay? So hold on. Let me get y'all some sharing going on here. Just pay attention to the amount. What is my point? The amount of dogs.
Hey Mo.
Yes, sir.
And I did the thumbnail today, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had his time at 30 minutes the distance was 5 miles, and the speed that he did it at, he was doing it at, was 10 miles an hour. At 10 miles an hour, what is that electric mill sounding like?
It's whining.
Right.
It's whining. You best believe 10 miles an hour is a nice pace for a dog. You know, you ain't got but so much standability. But if you build with that standability, you can increase it. That's the whole purpose. Pushing them without overboard and doing it. You know, you ain't gonna get maximum. Don't go looking for maximum stress by constantly just working your dog stupidly. It's a building process. Dog don't know no better. So if he get blew out because you blew him out, it ain't his fault, it's your fault. Because you ain't reading your dog. You know, it's a gradual build up. It's like a person lifting weights. Take a person off the streets, he wants to go into the gym, he wants to get buff. The first 2 weeks, he ain't gonna be able to do shit. He look good the first 2 days. After that, he too hurt. He too sore to do what he did them first 2 days. That's a fact. So why would you go in there thinking he gonna go in there and did what his first time he did it was 2 days ago, and you think he gonna come in there doing that the third day? No, he's not. His body gonna be broke up. The muscles gonna be tore up. They gonna be sore. They're gonna be stretched. They're gonna be lactated acid up. So he gonna find himself breaking down, doing weights at a smaller, you know, making the weights a little lighter than he did the first 2 days because his muscles haven't healed. So when you see them go back down or they can't do as much as they came in doing, it's because their body has been broken down. If you can't understand that, then you will never be able to condition a dog. If you want to do it in a keep, you got to gradually get past the initial thing because that's what the pre-keep is for. The pre-keep is to prepare him for the keep. Get the soreness out the way. A pre-keep, you do a pre-keep in a month, you will go into a regular keep. You won't have all that soreness and muscle breakdown during your keep. If you get it done and get that out the way in your pre-keep. Don't go be, you know, I wasn't hooking shit until I got my dogs down there to a weight at least 5 pounds over their match weight. So that whole month, I'm breaking him down to see what he looked like, and I'm breaking him down, and then I'm bringing him back up before I get into the keep because I know I'm going to work them 5 pounds off of him in them 8 weeks. So I need them 5 pounds that I took off. I'm going to bring him back up just to see his weight. Okay, that's it. Now I'm going to spend the rest of them 2 weeks bringing his weight back up and still working him because I know once I get into the keep, I know within those 8 weeks, I'm going to take them other 5 pounds off. I'm not going to be in no big ass hurry to knock them off. No, I'm going to gradually take a half a pound here, half a pound here, half a pound here, half a pound here. Not try to be taking 5 pounds off in a week. I got to get him down to his match weight so I can work him at his match weight. I ain't thinking about his damn match weight. No, I'm thinking about what the weight that I left on him that I'm taking off half a pound at a time, maybe a half a pound a week. You understand what I'm saying? Or sometimes I can go closer to the time, closer to that peak time. I can get there, you know, and be down there around 1 or 2 pounds and knowing every time I get done, I'm a little under pit weight because I'm working it off. I can tell you how much my dog is losing during his workout. Why? Because I be sitting there like a professor writing my shit down. So there's no way in the hell I should be able to see this dog go 3 days and he comes in here stale as hell, saggy as hell, don't want to do nothing. I should have caught that shit 2 days ago. That means I overdid it. You see what I'm saying? You overdid it because you wasn't paying attention. You saw him falling off the day he came in. That one day he came in looking a little sore. Didn't seem like he was wanting to pick up. You should have noticed that. You shouldn't have gave him, looking for him to do that same shit when you noticed that he was falling off. No, you forced him. And all you did is just made it worse. By day 3, he's sagging around. What's wrong with him? Do you know? Is it his feet? Is it have you just working too hard to the point that you got to start giving him days off because you're overdoing it? See, these are the things that you will make mistakes. You have to know what your dog got in him, know what you're trying to get out of him, and know his limits. He might not get there faster than other dogs, or he might get there faster than other dogs where you can increase and get more enhancement out of some dogs because they there to work. Some dogs be feeling so damn good through the whole keep that you don't ever see that dog fall off nowhere through there. Everything he did was picture perfect. And guess what? Every time you see that dog go in the box, he show you that you did everything right. Because regardless of what you put on him, he gonna show you you did everything right. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you there with him. Those dogs are very hard to beat. Kennels that know that win a lot of matches. Regardless of what you bringing and putting on them. They dogs just know how to survive. They know how to overcome because they are dealing with a kennel who has the experience, the know-how, and the right dogs to bring that to the light to win. And that's why most of those great kennels were great dog men that matched dogs. They might not have been the greatest breeders, but they were some badasses when it comes to matching dogs. Kennels like Most Wanted, Size Them Up. Them kennels like that, them new kennels that were sliding in, like Giano Boys when they came in, you know, Strictly Business when they came in, you know, the more they matched dogs, the better they dogs got, the better they became, the better it was harder to beat them. You got them old vets like Stone City and Hardcore and Fat Bill and them motherfuckers been around. You know what I'm saying? No, there ain't no easy walk through the park. And yeah, it's gonna take some great dogs to go in there and beat them. You know, it's gonna take more than just a great dog. It's gonna take a good camp. Because you know that's a great camp right there in itself. You know, we talk shit on Fat Bill, but how many times y'all done seen all these great dogs out there that y'all see Fat Bill name? How many dogs y'all see out there that I done showed on this show that had Fat Bill dogs in their name? Great dogs. I mean, he ain't no different than Southern Kennels. He ain't no different than Hardcore Kennels. He ain't no different than Stone City Kennels. Size Him Up, Strictly Business. He ain't no different. He's one of those kennels that if you don't come in there with your shit right, he gonna walk through your ass. It's gonna take a great dog to beat you. But if he's not in there with the great dog, how do you know? You know, yeah, I get on him sometime about them shots that he took, but there's not one dog that I point out to beat Fat Bill that was a piece of shit. Not one of them. Now, how many can sit there and say that y'all would have even took that shot? So yeah, I might be talking shit sometime on him, but I can also tell you that he was definitely the real deal. Yeah, I can talk shit because I wasn't no walk in the park my damn self that I can sit there and say that. And based on my opinion and my experience, you know, I'm gonna show him the love even though I get on his ass about it. You know what I mean? But I'm going, as y'all see down through here, y'all, that was page 1 right here. You know, there's a lot of dogs in there. You know, y'all can't really see them, you know, but there's a lot of good dogs in there. But look at these pages, and this is what I'm trying to point out. This is a little clear. But as we go down through here, look at the losers, and you will see some great kennels losing. Size them up, lost for Scrappy. Pound for pound, that's a great kennel. You know what I'm saying? But you see, you get them big kennels together, they gonna put some good dogs out there. As y'all go down through here, y'all gonna see us. Look in the losing column. Look at the losing column. You see what I'm saying? You see some good kennels in there. Bad Company, Latin Connection, Louisiana Combine. I'm talking about this in the losing section. Bring the Pain. Get them boys. You see them? Wall Boys. They all lose. Captain America and Big Apple. This is the losing section. So you can't sit there and say that, you know, they go Latin Connection again, Untouchables, Plumber Isle, Walk-A-Mole. Never Say Never. Boot Camp Click. Y'all see them? Let me see if I can stretch down a little more here. See if I can get it down here a little closer. Yeah, that's the bottom. Okay, that was the bottom. My fault, guys. I just wanted to make sure that was the bottom here. Here. Never Say Never. Then, like I said, Boot Camp Click down at the bottom. Okay. Hold on, let me get to another page. I mean, and as you notice, I'm looking at the losers, showing you, hey, even the great ones lose. This ain't no, this is, it's no flop to it. I'm still looking at the great ones, the good kennels that lost. Latin Boys. Let's see. They go Brick House. OG Posse. Boot Camp Click. Southern Death. Fancy Boys. Jihad. 6 Feet Deep. All these is badass kennels. Tennessee Bad Boys. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see them? DOA. Green Mile. Blood Raw Kennels. I'm just going through them. Original Georgia Boy. There goes Super Kennels. Rocco. Yeah, Rocco Floyd. Yeah, that was a good one. Backstreet. Okay? Losers. See, everybody lose. Ain't nothing guaranteed. Like I said, Baltimore E, Latin Boys, Stone City. Let's see. Here we go. Pompano, Super Mario, Lockjaw, Latin Connection, Black Ice, Untouchables, Headhunter, Funky Medina, Strictly Business, Size 'em Up, Chico from the block, you know, that Chico Lopez from the Bronx. War Eagle, Original Georgia Boys. Y'all see that? Remember tonight I'm looking at the losers. Still, you see all these matches? We done did 4 pages already, and look at all these matches. Size them up. Size them up. You see it there twice. Scrappy and Fever. Everybody lose. Boston Crumb. Big Ralph. Headhunter again. Crazy Side. BOP. Pits and Boys and Pits. Latin Connection. Fat Boy. Deuce Wild. Wall Boys. Y'all see them? All these is 2003. Cash Money. OG Posse's Champion Bud. You see him? They'll never say never again. That GHK right there, that's probably Jihad. They go Thug Life, 614 Boys. Deep South. OG Posse. Boot Camp Click. Tennessee Dog Pound. See, they all can lose. You know, a lot of us don't talk about our losses. I mean, I don't have no problem talking about them because, like I said, any given day, ain't nobody unbeatable. It's the competition. You know, I could have went there and showed y'all some of these names of who was beating these big boys, and you wouldn't even know who they was. I wasn't gonna waste my time doing that because it just serves no purpose. Because whether they were good kennels or not, I'm showing you the great kennels that was winning. And the great kennels that could lose. They lose. They lose too. Rude Kennels, Big Ralph. Stormtrooper, Sudden Death. Deep, 6 feet deep, CAK. Captain America and them, Red Rising Star, Bayou Boys, Funky Medina and them. All these are lost. They were Hell on Earth. Still Coming. Missing Link. Pompano, Down and Dirty. Yep, y'all see them. You look at some of them minutes, look at that, like size them up, Jennifer. 34 minutes. Missing Link, Macho, 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Shit happens. Hell on Earth, 20 minutes. Fatality Kennels, 46 minutes. You see what I'm saying? Even the best can lose. Still, a lot of matches though. Look, how many pages I've been going in, we just now, we in the eyes. Show and Tell, Ride or Die, Latin Connection, Aries Kennels, Hell's Coming, CNC Combine, Cherokee Kennels, Georgia Combine, Natural Born, Size 'em Up, Latin Connection. I know y'all see Latin Connection a lot down in the losing section, don't you? But hey, when you matching a lot of dogs, don't go hate the players. We can just the same pull up a lot of their wins. But they matching dogs. Show and Prove, Over the Hill, Mississippi Kennels, Death Valley Kennels, CNC Jihad, Georgia Combine, Still got a lot of matches here. See, 2003, they hadn't slowed down. They hadn't slowed down at all. We in the case, but we getting there. See, a lot of these names you don't even know. Bushwick Kennels, Dave Miller, Bloodsport, Die Hard, Bailey, Gator Boys, Big Ticket. He lost with that champion a little bit. Edge Kennels took him out in all was that 2 hours and 5 minutes. Super Kennels. Sudden Death, Green Mile, Cedar Hill, see some of these names, you catch them now, And some of these names, you know, and that's Macho Buck right there. See Pitt Pro Blue and Jacobs Coyote, 23 and 28. Greasy Corner Kid. Can't hate on the losers. That's why I always say show love to the losers, because without them, you wouldn't be a winner. Deuces Kennel, Crunch Kennel, Face Off Kennel, Baltimore E again, Energizer Kennel, King of New York Kennel, Untouchables, Hell on Earth Champion Pocket, lost the King of New York. No, let me see. No, that would be Dream Killer. Females, 39. Probably another good match, but this is where them killers come in. We ain't the only ones running around with killers. VBK, Big Ticket, Pound for Pound, Ready to Die, The Firm, Basic Instinct. You know, a lot of dogs going down. So we talking about people that ain't in here. Look at all the people that's in here that you don't know. Bad News. Oh, Bushwick Kennels, Bloodsport, Florida Dog Pound. It seems like the same page, don't it? It might not be, because I'm seeing different dogs again. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here you go one. Friend or foe? Let me see. Crunch Kennels, Face Off Kennels, Bushnell, Baltimore E, Energizer Kennels, Untouchables. They go Pocket again. Some of these pages might be the same. That's what it looked like. I think I could have swore I was just on this page. Unless these dogs was losing again. Because I don't remember seeing all these here. Let's see, there was Cash Money. Ready to Die, Supreme, Never Say Never. See, there's some of these. I'm checking my pages, make sure I ain't going some repeat shit. But some of these pages, yeah, I mean, they got different dogs on here. Never Say Never, The Firm, Basic Instinct. Some of these might be double. Please excuse me if there is. Stormtrooper Hardcore, Hell on Earth, Baltimore E. They go to Skipper. He lost with Champion Yogi Bear in an all-world 14. Bring the Pain. They go Face Off. Rough Riders. Latin Connection. Alabama boys, Jihad, Coy, Gibson, Mississippi boys, Get 'em boys, T&M, BOP, PR Fugitives, and you see I'm still going down through this thing. Where we at now? We just in the P's. Just in the P's. Y'all see all these matches? This is 2003. And today we talking about the losers. Big Apple. I mean, we always giving these guys high praise and shit like that. But you see, when you matching dogs, you can't lose. We always hear about them winning, but you don't hear a lot about the losing. But when you matching dogs, don't think these guys don't be losing. Lockjaw, Untouchables, Doucette, Chicago Game Dogs, Uptown, Work Kennels, Strictly Business and Dragonfire, Bayside Kennels, Grave Digger, 614, Cash Money, Westside Hoorah, McCoy, APR, Bad News, Roar Eagle, Tri-City Kennels, and Super Cracker. Yeah. Losers. And you see the pages on top of pages. Tell me guys what matching dogs. Jihad, Never Say Never. Blizzard. Baltimore Boys. Scratchback. Jihad. Basic Instinct. Latin Force. Foundation. The Firm. Motor City. Here we go. We almost there, guys. We almost to the end. But you see some of these names are steady coming up. Like, yeah. Federation, Immortal, Lag Connection, Strictly Business, Rough and Tough, Strictly Business, Captain America, Zulu Kennel, Death Row, Bring the Pain, Ready to Die, Never Say Never, Baltimore E again, Gino Boys, and see some of these great kennels. You see, you know what I mean. You see them, you know. You think they ain't 90%, but just as many as they lost, I guarantee you go back to some of these matches, y'all see they on the winning end too. These are kennels that matched a lot of dogs. You see a couple of them in there. You done seen it here 4 or 5 times in the losing section. You know, they go hardcore kennels. You know, they lost to Deuces Wild in the hour 40. Still a long one. The Firm, Rising Star, and P&P Kennels. Cuban Missile Link. Captain America Champion Dozer. Again, Bring the Pain. As we're going down through here, showing up 6 feet deep. And I ain't been putting up the referees, but as y'all going down through there, y'all see a lot of them names. A lot of good reps in this shit. This is where a lot of good guide dog men seen, got a chance to ref a lot of these great matches. POW, Colored Brothers. Fat Boy, Big Ralph. The Rude Boys. CNC Combine. PD Kennels, Too Sweet. Pompano. Latin Assassin, Pound for Pound. You go Lockjaw, Tri-City, Dark Side. They go Pit Island. Full Force, Mike and Company. Strictly Business. The New York Combine, Jersey Combine, Crazy Side, Tennessee Bad Boys. Okay, guys, this is coming up on the final pages. Hold on. Last page right here. They go Roadblock. Hurricane Kennel, Super Friends, Crazy Side, Untouchables, Jihad, Big Apple, Stormtrooper, Georgia Combine. Now, when you go looking through that, through all that, guys, those was just the losers. Tonight I figure I'll run the losers. I'll run the losers. You think them dogs wasn't in good shape? Did you believe that them dogs probably lost because they wasn't in good shape, or they just lost because they was on better dogs?
There's some hell of names in that losing color.
It was a whole lot of hell of a good dog, man, because they lose. Everybody be thinking that, that these dudes, we be out here winning. No, we don't always win. Because you never know when you get inside them walls. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You know, that's just how the game went. You know what I mean? It's all
And
part of the game.
some of them guys that you name, like the Untouchables, Jihad, it's crazy because they were those good kills, but when you look at it from that standpoint, you know, and I've seen a couple of them losses. You know what I mean?
Right. But they was matching a lot of dogs. If you look
Right.
at what they was winning, you'll find out that they was winning more than they were losing. Even though you've seen their names pop up a couple of times, them dudes wasn't matching no, you know, them taking out no 1 or 2 dogs. These dudes was averaging maybe 7 to 10 dogs a goddamn year. You know, that was their way of staying active, you know? And which was the good thing about them, you know what I'm saying? Let me show you, let me see who. I gotta put out my Dog of the Year award here. I got to show the love there right quick. Here, hold on. Dog of the Year was Size 'em Up Kennels Grand Champion Awesome Beast. And what was the closest contest in years? Awesome Beast won Dog of the Year honors over the following 10 runner-ups. Y'all see who the number 1 runner-up to him was? Yeah. Yeah, it was on the combine. Them has a good OG posse. You seen these names, Big Apple, TM and CM, you know what I mean? Yeah, going to show you that was that year. You seen there was a lot of matches. A lot of dogs being put down. What type of dog was making the Dog of the Year list? Which was another good one. You know, I think that year they may have had, I think, 1 registered merit, if I'm correct. Just 1. And I think I was a female. You know, we was talking about another thing that Jack was talking about in 2003 was how hard is it to have a dog that can make registered merit as a grand champion? You know, there's not a lot of those. But they had 1 dog that made registered merit in 2003, and she was a female. We show her that while we in here. The only dog that made registered merit that year. It says, in this year, 2003, many sires and dams have added to the point count, but only 1 female has been added to the list. Only 1 female was added to the list. You see that? There she go. And that says a lot. Not that easy, gentlemen. Not that easy.
Big Dog said he had her half sister.
And that's saying a lot. You know, we had, who did we have? We had the Lucky Stripe dog. Remember, we had the Xena. That's who she was. She was a mad dog, wasn't she, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. And there was a lot of good dogs, though. That you know, that I mean, Grand Champion, Awesome Beast. But let me show y'all the Grand Champions of that year. Hold on, we're gonna point out the Grand Champions of the year. Hold on. They go Awesome Beast. See how he bred. Champion Gargola, that's Nico Jr. Just letting you guys who don't know. It's Nico Jr. Stone City's Blondie, that's Yellow Buzz Little May's sister. And beat some pretty good ones, pound for pound. Latin Force, T-Dog. Beat Champion Clee. His hardest match was his first match. Don't even know who he is. Hot Boys. T-Dog, Latin Force, and pound for pound, and kick-ass Champion Clee. And got some good referees. Nice, legit. You deserve Dog of the Year. You know? I'm going through the Grand Champions now here, guys. There wasn't a lot of them, so it's going to be a short list. You've seen it, you know, they was on the back in the top 10. See, there go Pat Bill again. See, there Pat Bill. This dog was in them running in the Dog of the Year. He was in the top 10 runner-ups. This is who he was. A lot of y'all say, man, we don't know nobody on here. No, it depends on the area that he was in. The original Georgia Boys, Grand Champion Boogie. Y'all see how he bred. Look at that goddamn Shaver Sexy dog.
Where did I see that red lightning before? Whose papers is that dog in?
Amber.
Okay.
Sexy and Amber's mother were litter mates.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, they got Amber's brother in here too. You know, the made champion. I mean, it produced had some winners in there. A couple of times. They got that Sexy dog. They got Amber's litter mate brother, and one of these champions in 2003. Okay, here's the other runner-up, the original Georgia Boys. He knocked off Rickett twice, 29 and 43. Well, it looked like he did it 3 times. The D Brothers, Dirty South Skeeter, Dirty South Kid, they go lock down Rudy. Okay. Here's the other one, Hunch, when he made his grand championship. Like a 5-time winner between 1998 and 2003. His hardest match was against Stormtrooper. Hour and 45. Great match. Okay. And that's it. Wasn't a lot of grand champions that year, was it? Action Jackson, Bunkytown Kennels grand champion Action Jackson. Another good dog. Okay. But due to problems beyond their control, the complete record of the last 2 wins were unavailable to the journal. Well, at the time, it wouldn't be right to put their asses in there and they sitting there facing cases. You know what I'm saying? So, but you see the referee roadblock and lock down Rudy. Okay? Even back then, that Garner stuff was doing good, y'all. I mean, every year you're gonna find a Garner dog in these books. That's just a fact, you know. And yeah, it was starting to get harder. Yeah, a lot of them shows started getting harder. And the harder they got, you know, because of the numbers, the more you start seeing less great names and more unknown names. You know, 1 minute you got great names, and the next minute you don't even know who these guys is. You know what I'm saying? They start losing the numbers. It definitely started falling by 2004. Another word for thing I can bring up to y'all and see how when the show point out something that should be very noticeable was that let me show you these dogs here, the dogs of the year starting with 94. You know, starting with the 94. Here's a quick look at all the dogs of the year as of 94. '94, you had Hardcore Kennels Doogie, dog of the year. He won 3 times in 1994, and that included 2 wins over champions. Beautiful dog. Turned around and went into a long, great match with Ram, with Flash. Champion Flash beat him. And a good one. 95 was BB Red. BB Red banner 2 grand champion. BB Red was shown for the 7th time by Mad and won over the Bellon Club dog champion Flame in 34 minutes. 96, it was Mayday. Okay. 97, it was Roadblock Kennels and Havana Chico's grand champion Stan the Man. You know, Scratch Liner's Buddy. Bred by Hell on Earth. And Buddy, he was a pretty decent producer in the end. He didn't make Register Mayor, but he was still a pretty good producer. 1990, that was 98, Buddy. Here's 99, grand champion Virgil. Here's another one, and during his journey, he whipped 2 champions. (2002) grand champion 9 Millie. Hardcore Kennels. Millie didn't live but 2 years after she made her grand championship. Cancer, potted them roids. All the 9 Millies were short order, except the show that won her grand championship title. Yeah, she was in a real good one for that grand championship. You know, now you got 2 of Hardcore's dogs making Dog of the Year. Okay, then you throw Mayday in there, you know, that's Dog of the Year. Here's another Latino, you know. You know, you got Doogie, 9 Millie. We can't forget Mayday. Right? You had big Roadblock, Stan the Man, and Chico, Havana Chico. There's Big Thicket. Ajax number 2 highly regarded champions among six wins and traveled to many parts of the United States to win. Another good looking dog. That's 2001. 2002. Latin Fourth Grand Champion Barracuda. He too won over 2 champions in his run for Grand Champion. Won from 18 minutes to 1 hour and 33 minutes. Another, what do y'all notice? You see Mayday and you see Barracuda. You see 9 Millie and you see damn, you already know what I'm talking about. Doogie. You know, that's damn near a Jeep Red Boy cross with Doogie, Son of Yellow, and yet you got a son, and you got Mayday and his son making Dog of the Year. You know, and then you come back the following year with Awesome Beast. You know, another Stone City dog, Latinos, and then you come back after that, 2004, you have Macho Buck. So between, you see where it was heading? The Stone City dogs and the Mayday dogs combination started working. And then what you get 2 Stone City dogs down there back to back. Macho Buck and Awesome Beast. You got a father and son making dog of the year, Barracuda and Mayday. See, shit like that in the history. You got Hardcore Kennels got 2 dogs of the year. You know what I mean? And the names that I'm saying, like Big Thicket, you know, he did become famous. You know, but Hardcore, that's a I mean, to have 2 dogs, you know, making dog of the year and your first grand champion out of all the years you've been doing dogs. That was Big Mike's first grand champion out of all the champions that he had. He finally had that killer bitch. And believe me, by the time she got to her grand championship, she didn't have the powerful, she had good mouth, but she didn't have the mouth that she had in her younger years because her teeth were getting wore down and she was getting old. And look, Dog of the Year 2002 was close to 7 years old when he won his last show. Remember what I told y'all about Little Mayday when he went into Wacko? Little Mayday was 7 years old when he went into Wacko. 7. Brat and Little Mayday was born in 96. Yeah. They were born in 96, actually February of 96. Brat got her championship in 99. Like I said, we started her off early. She wasn't even quite, yeah, she was a little over 3 by then in 99. But look, Little Mayday beat Wacko in 2003, a 7-year-old dog. Didn't even get started until he was around 2002. About 2001, they started him out. By 2002, he was already a champion because he was smashing shit very quickly. 2003, he was a grand champ. I mean, he was a 4-time winner when he beat Wacko. So look when they started out with him. He was already an older dog. He didn't come up missing till about 1999. He came up missing. I know he was 20 months old when he came up missing. And if you look at Kunta's background, you're gonna see when they started him out, he was already an older dog. I think they didn't bring him out until 2000. Started his career. I showed you because the dog popped up. But look, these are good. These are good things to know. Because them days are kind of keeping them kind of records and making those kind of things happen. You know, and that's a lot to say to get it done. You know what I mean? Yeah, hey, Pit Dog, you're right about that with Awesome Beast, but one thing about it, like you said, she was good friends with Jesse. If you were good friends with Jesse, you best believe you were gonna have some nice shit. Because those Stone City Dogs was producing. You know? And when it comes to them banjo dogs, I'm gonna tell you, the banjo dog I seen, DSK dog that I seen was bred to a red boy dog. Anybody ever seen a banjo red boy cross? That's a hell of a cross. I've seen some real nice ones. I don't know why they didn't stick to it. But I thought that was going to be the new line of dogs when I seen the ones that I saw. How Dog Pound had some. And boy, and he came up missing. He came up missing right after one hell of a roll. They knew they had a bad boy, you know? And then, you know, again, somebody followed them home and they took their eye off of him, came back, that dog was gone. Yep, somebody clipped him. Oh, and best believe it was somebody who saw him. You know? It's a shame when somebody targets you and plot on your ass to come and steal your shit after they seen it go. You know what I mean? But hey Mike, you out there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Well,
you go ahead and shut it down, man. It's on you, man.
Well, I ain't got much to say outside of pointing out what was going on in 2003 and how that has effect the kennels that put that work in all the way down to the losers. You know, I mean, showing these guys the losers, showing you everybody, you know, you still had a lot of great kennels that was out there losing. I mean, it's not like every time they went out, they won. We said 90%. We never said 100%. You know, and then you got to look at the breedings. You know, I mean, I done bought y'all from 93 all the way up to 2003, 10 years of dogs. And did anybody notice something in those dogs that the game started changing and the times and the way they was changing? And did you notice how many dogs had that Patrick in them? Talking about the Boyles line. Yeah. Stone City had them. Southern Kennels had them. Super Kennels had them. You know, that buck stuff and that yellow stuff started gaining steam. That Red Boy Rascal Jocko cross was starting to grab up steam. And these was great dogs that was showing out. You didn't have a significant dominance of a particular line back then. You know, it was a combination of dominance. You know, the Bulls dogs was slowly getting washed away. Thank God for Pandy and Queen of Heart and Andy capping them. You know, they started changing up some shit. They was them dogs a little rougher than that, you know, the old Boyles dogs, the Ronnie Boyle shit. You know, Queen of Heart, Andy Cap, and Pandy, they had Boyles in them, but they was definitely another upgrade from the Ronnie Boyles dogs. You know, it wasn't about going in there watching them possibilities of quitting and shit. You know, them motherfuckers was more Boyles than you could ever believe when it come to killing some shit. Because, you know, back then, you know, we used to, you know, Boyles came in, they had killers. But not at the level that Queen and Andy Cap and Pandy was. That's for damn sure. Them was some of the roughest dogs you ever wanted to see in the history of the dog game. You know, and I speak a lot on Angus and, you know, who was a good machine. You know, I can speak on some killers out there now. Ace was a killer and shit, but I'm talking about a lineup, a particular line. And that cross was Andy Cap, Pandy, and Queen. You know, Andy Cap turned out to be a registered merit. You know, gotta look at it like that. Pandy, she didn't really produce much, but she was definitely a grand champion and never made grand champion for a reason. You know, that in itself should put her up there on a pedestal. Because out of all the dogs that we know in the game, I can tell you one for sure and definitely for a fact, you know, that Pandy was ducked. You know, and we can say a lot about, you know, dogs that I can literally sit there and tell you why they didn't make grand champion and guys stayed away from them. It was dogs like Pandy. I would have to say Jigger, you know, because Jigger's whole career, ain't nobody ever lived past this shit. You think word didn't get around? You know, that's worse than Pandy. At least Pandy got 4. Jigger couldn't get 4. Gotta remember that. You know, and he right there in the mix of shit. Strictly Business, Gino Boys. I mean, everybody right there. Big Apple, the whole crew. All them great dog men. Then none of them want none of that. PR boys, you know, they none of them want none of that. I mean, and then you gotta remember Pandy and these dogs performed in those areas. So, you know, you gotta be careful. You know, guys had to be careful. And then you just got some people, you know, like I said, you know, Queen got 8. Tornado got 10. Them dogs right there that I'm talking about, they wasn't going to get that far because who, you know, unless you're ready to do it for some dog food, you know, they might have been able to make grand champion because what you got to lose. That's all I'm losing is some dog food. Yeah, I'll take a shot. But when they sit up there sitting on a whop of money and shit, calling your ass, you know, hey, for those who know, they a little smarter than that. Ain't nobody trying to give away a bunch of money. They'll give you a little money, but ain't nobody getting ready to give up no bunch of money. You put a secretary price tag on them kind of shows, you better make damn sure you got your shit in the right goddamn bucket, or you're gonna be walking home with an empty bucket. No, you know, I say that to say this. I'll never forget that look on Big Thicket's face when his bitch quit. You know, when you lose that kind of money, like I said, I don't know whether you're crying over the dog or your money, or you might have been crying over both because you wasn't expecting to lose. When you don't expect to lose, that's when you better be ready to lose. Because in that game, anybody can lose on any time and any date. Just come in there with the right dog. And with that right there, I can say this. Matching dogs was one of the sweetest sports where it's just been taken out of complete context to me. When I can sit there and watch human beings doing worse than the dog game. You know what I mean? And these are animals and don't have very much value to them at all. Yet we kill animals to eat. We kill animals when they start becoming invading our living areas, you know, like the hogs, the wild hogs and shit like that. You know, it's just the way this whole thing is controlled. But then at the same time, remember, we still be doing all this damn UFC shit. And, you know, we supposed to be, I mean, boxing wasn't enough. Now we getting raw dog like pit bulls, the octagon. And they human beings, we going back to the gladiator days now. You know what I'm saying? Yet 2 animals that carry very little value. Very little value. I wouldn't give a damn. You paid $20,000 for your damn grand champion. You walking down the street and a man run you in the damn dog over. You live, but your dog don't. And you sue the people, knowing what you spend for the dog. What you gonna go in there telling them? You know, this dog was a 5-time winner in the box. I paid, that dog was worth 50 G's. No, that dog give you about $150 for that damn dog if you try to sue somebody with that shit. You know what I'm saying? If they give you anything, you know? But these are dogs that have very little value, but you know, in the court's eyes, they give them more value on the time that they give people. And how did that make sense? The dog has very little value. The use of what we do with the dog has more value than the dog itself. It's not even the dog. It's the fact, is what they be on. But we can go out there in the yard and grab up a chicken and take his ass over to a block and chop his head off right there in the middle of the damn neighborhood. And ain't nobody gonna say shit. I just don't get it. I think what happened was it became popularized. Once it became popularized, I think that was the beginning of the end. And I think that the New Jack time, it was getting a little hot, back then with Atlas and all them boys down in the Carolinas. Everybody was starting to have to be a little bit more careful. But before them, it was starting to get like that in the early 70s. In the late 60s, it started getting like that. Remember, they used to be all out dog fighting back then. And to me, we multiplied when we got up into the 90s. It was a multiplying thing because now you got all races, everybody matching dogs now. A lot of them names, you see them in there a couple of times, then you don't see them no more. Yargin got wiped out. If you tried to come in there being active, you better have a roll of dogs to roll with. And, a lot of these kennels like Strictly Business and STP and Super Kennels, they had a lot of dogs to move. So, yeah, they're going to have a lot of wins. But I'm just pointing out the ones that you can lose, like 6 feet deep. You've seen them a couple of times in the losing section. But I'm going to show you in 2004, they had 2 dogs in the top 10 of Dog of the Year. And was in there a whole lot in 2004. We're going to get to that one next. It's about the hustle and the play of the game. And study the pedigrees, My thing is, people can say, well, the times has changed. Well, all I can tell you is, if I take my time and look into my time and see what I was working with, I think I was working with the right dog. And history tells me I was working with the right dogs. Now, in your time, it might be something totally different. But if you can't see it, how do you know? That's the question. If you can't see it, how do you know? Do y'all know what the line is, what the crosses are of the day? And if you do know, you don't tell us out here because it's only a guess out here. It's only a guess out here. If there's a great line out there in the world that we come from, it should not and would not be shared on social media. Why? Why would you say some shit like that out here on social media? Maybe just to maybe put the word out to some people that you got the right shit, and you selling the right dog. These are the dogs that are now. I just don't understand that. You can't count on no books no more, so you can get that out your head. Them days of the journals it's no room for the journals no more. The new law, your ass to be sitting up there with a whole bunch of problems trying to put a book out there and stick your name in a book. You better be careful about putting your name out here on a web page or a podcast or any damn thing else when you want to be known or recognized as a great dog man. There's no such thing as a great dog man, in the public eye of any podcast in 2026. You better be always reaching back here in my time splurting out names and shit. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to show that they got the best dog. Well, you know, that's what the basement's for. It's not for Facebook and it's not for YouTube. No, so my question is, if ain't nobody running up no walls and treadmill racing and weight pulling and conformation, that's probably why we don't hear none of that shit out here on none of these podcasts. It's like nobody want to hear that shit. So y'all might as well jump on the bus, ride back here with us and hang out, because we stay back here where it's safe at and give you what we know from our time. Can't tell you shit about your time, but we can give you a whole lot based on our time. But it's up to you guys to take that information and do what you choose to do with it. Don't have nothing to do with us encouraging to do anything. You know, it's just what you do with what you got. My thing is, your only great dogs are in the dark. And if you want to go looking for them, you better get you some night vision that can see in the dark and go looking. Because you run around up here in the light talking about any of that shit in today's life, you might get your whole scene, whole yard fucked up, or you might be out here running so damn loose, or an innocent person get caught up in some shit from fucking with you because you running your mouth out here too much. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to be careful, guys. Times has changed. And y'all do not do enough talking about the goodness of these dogs. You know, we are still grabbing pedigrees from back there in the day, you know, and riding too hard on what was going on yesterday, when y'all need to be concentrating on what's going on today. And I wouldn't be looking for what's going on today on no podcast or YouTube or no chat channel or none of that other shit. You know, you're going to try, you guys either going to have to come together and give these people another look, or this shit going to be done with in another next 20 years. Because there's no reference to nothing. The basement know better than everybody. And everybody ain't in the basement. So a lot of this shit that y'all doing is guessing. And for those back streeters that live in that, you know, what I call the mole. You know, the mole is like secret squirrel in them. You know, they top secret and shit. They ain't trying to tell everybody everything. And they're trying to stay out of jail. You know, and that's another thing. Who wants to go to jail over some dogs? There's a lot of us in this damn room that have been to prison over some fucking dogs. Not drugs, dogs. You know? And shit, who wants to go to jail now over some dogs when, you know, just the fact of being a dog fighter, you know, you facing drug dealer time. You know, and I'm talking about major drug dealer time. You know what I'm saying? Y'all better leave this social media and Facebook and all this shit. If you want to have some good dog to speak of 20 years later, you sure not going to get there out here on Facebook or YouTube. That's why all you got left to admire, it would be us old school dudes just like ourselves just coming out here and talk to y'all and tell y'all about these things, have references and material and content to share with y'all. Enjoy that, because that's like a folklore. You know, I'm a folklore. I speak of the good old days. You know, and to leave that format, because there is a format there for you guys to build from, and don't have to be involved in nothing illegal if you just pay attention and understand, you know, what you can get out of the past. You know, you ain't got to go blurting it out to the world to let everybody know, you know, you know when you shouldn't have to do that out here. Take that shit home with you and use it for what you want, not to go use it to try to get props and recognition. Only people out here getting recognition for what we did is us old school people. And the only reason we out here sharing it with y'all is because y'all have nothing else to carry along into the future with y'all to know what was going on back then anyway. Y'all go the next 20 years, y'all still be talking about Earl Tudor and Carver and you know what I'm saying, and Pat Patrick and all these old dudes, If it don't be for so many of the great dogs that we brought to the forefront just by having this podcast, you know what I'm saying? Because I know we brought a lot of them to the forefront because a lot of people can't do what we do. We brought a lot of great dog men that y'all didn't even know existed out there that had great dogs. And all we're doing is sharing the past so y'all would have a foothold on what was the past, what made the dogs so great. Because without what we're showing y'all, where's your reference going to come from? Can't trust the internet. Don't trust the internet. Because everybody want to be Earl Tudor and Maurice Carver on the internet. You got a lot of guys out here that's educational in the understanding and knowing the pit bull. But what good is the education if you didn't carry no experience? Yeah, you went to school to be a doctor, but before you touch me, how many people have you operated on before you got to me? I don't want to be the first motherfucker you got your license on and you come cutting on me. No, I need you to cut on a couple more people before you get to cutting on me. You might have went to school for this shit, but I need an experienced person who's been to school and then done this before you start cutting on me. I would see a doctor who's been to school and have done this a couple times before you come fucking with me. Because I raise dogs. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't trust that philosophy because you think you can play the role. Well, that ain't good enough for me. You need some experience. You might know your shit, but can you do your shit? There's no guarantees you might know the shit and you can do the shit. So I need a person who know the shit and can do the shit before you start talking about putting your hands on me or doing anything else that I've done, through knowing and touching. You know what I'm saying? Guys got to catch on to that shit. A lot of people out here know a lot, but can they do a lot? No. Every time y'all go pulling check cards, you always find them people got that Jiminy Cricket ticket. Okay? And you shouldn't have to go through all that out here in social media life. You can almost tell. A lot of us just want to do this just to make sure that, a lot of these great dogs don't get washed away in the midst of, of time. Because y'all don't have nothing to carry forward if you don't know the times. Hey, Mike, I'm gonna check this. Let me see. And people have the nerve to call a 5-year-old dog. Oh, hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I gotta speak on this right here. Let me tell you something about that 5-year-old shit. And people, they have the nerve to call a 5-year-old dog too old. Yeah, and I'm gonna continue saying, yeah, they is too old. And because certain dogs is able to do that, don't make all 5-year-old dogs able to do that. Let me tell you something, man. I've seen more grand champions lose their grand championship. I've seen champions they done went and pulled out of the closet. You know what I mean? And took them out there. I've seen them all lose. That list of dogs that can come out there over 5 years like Barracuda and Little Mayday and them, hey, they different from a different cloth. You look at how Barracuda killing shit. You know what I mean? He definitely had the games to keep going. He showed y'all that. Same thing with Hunt. You know, there's only certain dogs that can do that, because I've seen more great dogs and good dogs lose with guys going back into that bucket too many times. I've seen them come and lose. Okay? So, yeah. No, you keep that. No. 5 years old, why? I mean, if I got a 3-time winner and I'm coming up on 5 years old, why would I take him out for a number 4 if I ain't planning on making him a grand champion? What good is number 4 if I can't make 5? My dog is 4 years old, and all of a sudden you ready to bring him back out to go after his grand championship. Well, you got 1 year to win 2 matches because you playing it awful down close. You start stepping off into that 5 zone. You know, they start getting gray on their muzzle by then. Don't think they don't. Them skills don't be looking like they Mayweather Jr., you know, at a young age. You know, they showing you some old shit. And if they don't have a lot of wear and tear, you can get it off. Little Matey didn't have a lot of wear and tear, and he had the perfect style. He was a killer. But I done seen Max get taken to the well. I think Fat Bill's dogs was pretty, you know, they were older dogs when he took them to the well. They weren't young bucks. They were older dogs. You know, you put 2 old dogs on each other, then this is what you're going to get. You know, 2 old dogs, it might not be the prettiest show. It might be a great show. But you still had 2 old dogs on each other, win or lose. Then neither dog looked like they did in their prime. Yeah. Pay attention and remember that for those who speaks up. You know what I'm saying? So I look at it like, hey, man, you ain't but so much that we can give y'all and teach y'all. You know, we giving more power to the wannabes than and then to the doers. The doers, you know, y'all can't be up here arguing with the wannabes. This is the wannabes world. Anybody can be whatever they want to be up here and out here. They can know all the shit they want to know and ain't done shit. You know, this is their world. Let them have that. Let them have it. They're gonna be don't be putting your shit under the fire and shit when you trying to do something and you arguing with somebody who ain't trying to do nothing. You don't have no business arguing with him, because you ain't gonna get nothing out of him but a bunch of talk. So if you're up here to enjoy the world, you know, of the past, stay in the past and enjoy the world where you know you safe at. And let these that wants to be, you know, the new age upstairs, give them that. They got social media. They got all this stuff that they can fake their way through. You know? But for those real ones that wants to continue going to getting them batteries to go into that night vision, you know what I'm saying? That's where the game has always been, and that's where it's going to always be. And I just can't say that it's going to ever change as long as like crack. You know, there's still people out there smoking crack, even though they got stronger drugs and all that shit. You still got people that just want to smoke their crack. You know what I'm saying? They don't want no fentanyl in their shit. They don't want no additives to their shit. They just want a good ball of rock. You know, leave them alone. You know what I mean? Because they don't want to get involved into this new shit. They want to stay with the old way. You know, because the old way, at least they fucked up and they got a habit. At least they trying to keep a clean habit. Even though it's a bad habit, at least they trying to keep it clean. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, either way, it's still illegal, regardless of how you do it. You know? So pay attention to that and learn by that and use that as a rule. Another thing I want to point out, a lot of you guys I've been talking about microscopes. Y'all wouldn't believe how many dogs I done seen have gotten sick, guys, from guys not having a microscope. I get a lot of calls from people's dogs. A lot of them call me when their dogs get sick, and I can just give them the advice, and the first thing I ask when they have these situations, do you got a microscope? No, they don't. Then you will never be able to go out there and take a sample of your dog's shit when you need it right now. But you don't want to take your dog to the vet, then you go buy you a microscope and learn this shit. If you're going to be putting scars on your dog, go buy you a microscope. Don't you think that would be a wise thing to fucking do? If you're going to have a scarred up dog, or you got a dog that's got off into a kennel accident and you're scared to take him to the vet, because the vet going to ask you how you got the dog where he got off the chain, they still might go in the back room and call the people on you because you got a scarred up dog. And it'd be totally legit about how the dog got the scars, but who wants to sit there and have to explain that shit? So if you're still trying to raise that shit, understanding this shit, take your ass out there and get a microscope. That microscope will save your dog's life while you being a cheap ass and want to act like a dog man. Get the shit it takes to be a dog man, where you don't have to resort to those certain situations by having to go to the vet or having to make contact in a situation that you don't know what it is that's wrong with your dog, because you don't have the equipment to take the proper test that it needs. Don't go asking me the questions when if you ain't got the microscope, it's all going to be a guess. Get your damn microscopes. You guys stop slacking. Them things don't cost but $60. A damn good one, $60 to $70. But don't you know that shit will save a yard? Don't you know that shit will save your damn litter? That shit can save your female. Dogs get sick. This is for all my backstreeters. Backstreeters. Y'all, the responsibility is more on y'all than it is on these goddamn daylight runners. Daylight runners, they make mistakes, and it really don't cost them because they ain't doing shit anyway. They just trying to bring up a nice bred dog or have a nice bred litter to sell. You dark siders, y'all be trying to do something totally different. Y'all don't got no room for that kind of bullshit. You need a microscope. There's no excuses why you ain't got one. But you gotta have one. You want to keep a healthy yard. And in these days, there's so many other things that you need to be checking on. A lot of things you guys, I would be doing things totally different if I was in their time. I would be trying to find me a good machine to do my own blood tests. It would be worth it, because I like to know my blood counts. Microscopes, them little tests we give bitches to make sure that they, when they on the right time to make them, get those breedings, you need to have, as time changes, technology changes. In today's technology, these things are things that if I was back in my time, I would have all that shit now. Instead of me having all these damn dogs, I would be having more equipment to have these kind of dogs. Not have the dogs and wish I had the equipment. No, I would want to have the equipment before I had all these dogs. Because a lot of shit that I didn't have back then that I know if I was to do it now, it would be totally different. Because technology has changed. They've put us in a better position. Not only on top of that fact, on top of the fact they're even drawing straws. You know what I'm saying? Shit, ain't nothing going in the freezer and draw some straws on a dog you thought was going to be a good one. He turned out to be a piece of shit. Then I guess I go to my freezer and get rid of that stack of shit right there and make some room for some new stacks. That's just how simple it is. That's how simple it is. Well, that shit didn't work. I did take some straws on him. Let me get rid of that shit. Just that simple. Not go over there and look at the shit and be like, no, I'm gonna hold on to that. You know, he just had a bad day. No, you better go in that damn thing and dump that shit, just like you dumped his ass. Okay, don't be hiding the funk, or you don't throw it away and keep it around and want to use it for something later as fugazi shit. You just can't throw shit away. You throw a dog away, but you can't throw the sperm away. You ready to put some fake ass papers on the sperm just to make some money back. You know what I mean? That kind of little stupid ass shit like that. Y'all got to be aware of that shit. You know what I mean? And y'all got to be able to handle it a lot better. There's a lot of things that need to be done, you know, that you guys gonna have to wake up. You know, y'all really do need somebody needs to step up and really tighten up on those. Like Mike said, you know, the ADPR, they another good one. Was American Pit Bull Dog Registry? That's what they call it. That's what I'm just gonna start saying since I can't never get it right. But yeah, you know, and South Bottom and guys out there that, you know, that's trying to do it right, you know, hey, don't give up. But y'all need it to survive. I'm gonna leave it right there. 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna leave it right there. It's all yours to close out, Mike.
I'm sitting here listening, man, and you know, I'm always trying to get you to close out, but don't worry about it. I can take it from here because I think the point was well stated. You know, building a champion American Pit Bull Terrier takes a lot of work. You know, always put the time and all that other shit, and I look at it from, we did everything up to that point to where you're not just a prospect now. You know what I mean? You were the prospect when you got there. But after that one time winning shit, you became something totally different. Because that's that point of saying, I need 2 more.
Mm-hmm. It ain't never that easy.
Mm-hmm.
You should see how many 2-time winners there. I've seen a lot of people have 2-time winners. A lot of us got more 2-time winners than we had 3-time winners. Getting that third one's always some bullshit to hit the scene, or, you know, it's just not easy. It's not, I mean, titles was definitely earned. Some got away with getting them easy, but, you know, a lot of those, I never seen a history-making bum make history in this dog game.
No, not a bum.
No. Mm-mm.
Well, that takes us to the points. Do we try to get across? At 2 o'clock in the morning, I think you got it across, bro.
Well, I hope I was on point with the content. Because I didn't get a chance to see the thumbnail, none of that. So
well, I took care of that part because I always felt like that was the simple part about even out there dealing with the maximum stress and all the other things that went along with trying to get to that point of how we got the maximum stress out of things was just something we just didn't ever just do. It started at some point, and it didn't start when them dogs was a year old. It just started long before then.
Oh, definitely. When you go out there and feed them dogs like I feed them, man, you gotta love them. You just cannot have so much you're doing and you're trying to have dogs, and you got so much other shit that you can't get the dogs the time that they need, or you're never going to be shit with the dogs. Get out of them. Get out of them, because you ain't going to never be shit. Trust me. And you get to the point where you got everybody else feeding the dogs, you're going to have a lot of dogs dying. Trust me on that. Because they don't have the investment that you have invested in your own yard. So even when you got the help that you need, you gotta make damn sure that you don't trust the help to the point where you can slack off. Because when you start losing shit, you're gonna be trying to figure out what's wrong, and you're gonna find out you was wrong because you should have been on top of your yard. You know, one thing about Tom, he have a whole bunch of people around there messing with his dogs, but Tom is always out there snatching up something. He don't know half the dogs he out there feeding. You got to look over there at somebody else. Who is this right here? How many times y'all done seen Tom do that shit? Who is this again? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Mike?
No, or you have it written on a pad already.
Or you have it written on a piece of paper. Yeah. But he'll straight out there. Who is this again? But you best believe you ain't gonna see one walk around there with his backbone and his hips looking like he's sick or something. But big shout out to everybody for stepping in and hanging out with me. You know, as y'all see, the big kennels, they do lose too. Everybody loses. Because, you know, you could be anybody and still be able to win if you got a good dog. You might only have that one dog to win one good match in your whole career, and you be a good kennel, and that should be more than enough to make you happy if you can't win another one. Because at least you're going to have something that everybody else didn't have. And that's the ones that's talking all the shit all the time. They ain't got one to win with anyway. You got to go out there and compete with those. But at least you got one. You know the feeling. That's what's going to separate you from the ones who talk like they you, but they ain't, because they ain't never done it. Just know that. You don't got to stand out there and stick your chest out there and say, I done done it and you ain't done shit. And you out here talking this shit to me out here. How that sound? You can't be doing that. You got to feel that shit and take your pride and put it to the side and just think about your own shit, not trying to be everybody else or stand up there and put yourself above everybody else because you know the people that's putting you down ain't got shit anyway. It shouldn't bother you. You're not supposed to be up here in their world anyway. If you want to be known, get your ass back down there where you was at and get known that way. And stay there. If you can't handle what's going on upstairs, don't bring your dirty trash upstairs and get exposed. Because a bunch of nobodies out here, because ain't nobody out here talking major shit like they be talking if you doing something. Ain't no way y'all gonna get me to believe that. I'll never believe it. And if you doing it, you dumb as fuck. Let me just say that before I close out my part of the night. You want to be so recognized out here that you got to bring your dirt to the light, you a fool. And I would get real far away from you. Because you want to be an internet hero. I ain't seen an internet hero yet that's dog man of the year. Okay? Or dog of the year. Up here running around on Facebook and YouTube. Come on now. Be safe and be careful and know that I love all y'all. Upstairs and downstairs. The doers and the non-doers. The wannabes and the could-be's, okay? I love y'all because all you need the information. And that's all I'm out here to do is give you information. Don't care how you do it or what you do. Just do it the best you can do and learn what you can know to do it right. So we can go with the thumbs up next Monday.
Yes, sir. Y'all know what time it is. Come
It's
on, get
time
them
for
fingers
that.
ready. Get them fingers up hot. Give me some down. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Now, give me some roses. Roses. We need our damn roses. Show your love. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. I appreciate you guys to come out, hang out on this Friday night. Yeah. I think the most important thing I like to just see everybody do is just stay true to what you do. It's like putting your blinders on. I thought that was a good conversation. Big shout out to my man Big Hill to even put it out there and have such a needed conversation, because it definitely piqued my interest this morning, because I got a chance to listen to it. I couldn't respond, but I had my earphones on. Even people trying to talk to me, asking questions about what needed to be done. I never take the earphones out. I was just pointing. Because it was a very interesting conversation. And for me, to see the difference, how everybody got a pit bull, but how everybody handled them so different. And what made the difference is it shows in the amount of time that you were actually putting into your dog. And it's true, they're repetitious, y'all. I mean, I see that, and I don't even try to train my dog. But because of the things I do every day, they know this. Like, they know as soon as I leave this chair right here, they're going to be sitting there waiting on me, because they know it's time for me. When I walk out this room, regardless of what time it is, like they even crying now, because they know it's that time. This is their last run before, of the night. They are smart dogs. And you're supposed to be smarter than the dog. So that's just to wind things back into perspective. Because even for us, and we use it as a fucking motto. In order to be successful, just really successful with doing this, you got to always let them know, Mo.
You better always let them know, man.
Hey, you better always. Shit, scratch the win.
Every day.
Every day. Big shout out to my man Fort Lauderdale DIC fan Johnny Rocket. Appreciate the love. J-Bo. Appreciate the love. Hey, look, man. I didn't put the link out there tonight. I don't know if Mo was trying to put a link out, but I really wasn't trying to put the link out there, because nobody ever uses the link to come up in here and have a conversation. And I sit back and I actually sat back and watched you didn't even see me pinning too many damn comments up tonight, did you, Mo?
No.
And I sit here through the whole show. But I know the dog man that's in that Shark Tank. I might not know all the viewers out there on the back street, because there'd be a lot of them. But I don't know, for the ones that show up in that Shark Tank, I know they be holding their own, or they just sitting there listening. I can't never get nobody to hit that link, but every once in a while. And sometimes we're not no big bad wolves. We do want to hear other people's experiences. But it's truly, as you can tell, we don't get that, but it's not really needed. Because regardless of what you hit it or not, the show gonna go on. And we got enough time and enough experience to make sure that happening. Been doing it for as long as we have. But for me, we're working up on 1 million. Once we have 1 million views on these videos, I don't even, if God permit, and we're getting close. For me, some people done got that already, but we don't do a lot of shorts. We don't go out our way to do a whole bunch of nothing. We try to keep consistent Tuesdays and Fridays, and we do our best to try to make those. Might be a little late showing up, but guess what? We still here. We don't half-ass do it. We just try to do it the best we can do for that moment, because what's the purpose of doing it if we can't have something to give? It's not when it gets like that, it's not even worth it. It's not like it pays us. It's like we're committed because we want to be committed. And I think that's should be by nature by anybody who's about something or trying to be something or have something. I think that's important. So I hope nobody looks at us like we better than anybody or anything because I don't put that link up. I just want you to know that it's not about that. Because just as fast as you typing down there, you could say twin, drop that link. And I never see that happening. And I watched the chat tonight. So feel me. It's not something that I'll be sitting back scheming to do. It's just something I've just seen. And it's not that I don't appreciate you. Because there'd be a whole lot of typing down there in that chat, in that Shark Tank. And I know it's vicious down there. But it just shows me who our audience is. And I'm okay with that. Because my audience is pretty consistent. And when we get to that million, and I've tried to work on that final show, because that final show, it's going to come in the series because we got enough material out there. I can go back and I could do a whole lot of things because it's just going to take me to sit down and really put together a final show. I think I got enough shit out there, enough controversy, all kinds of shit, and I'll play it all. And I know I couldn't do all that in one night, and that's why I know it's oof. Fellas, when I take time to do whatever I need to do, I try to be the best at what I'm doing. And I can tell you, our finale is going to be a mark. So I'm looking forward to that. Even now, I look forward, and big shout out to you, Mo, because I think this year here is that third year on that toe tag, ain't it? You there? Mo.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. It's my fourth year on the toe tag.
Let's see.
I had a toe tag before we even opened the show.
Yeah.
It's my fourth year.
Yeah, it's the fourth year. Yeah. See, that's a blessing to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So.
See, even when it comes to you, look, you picked up an unnecessary tag out of nowhere. We weren't even talking about your ass, and you got a tag.
Sure did. So.
Things happen, man. This shit can change for us, either one of us, anytime, at any time. I'm just thanking God for giving me this much time. And to share with the people who I've shared it with, and what we've done with this podcast, and not knowing nothing about the shit when we first started.
Once again, doing shit they had no business doing. But we're going to do it. We might as well try to be the best of what we're doing.
That was just come out and tell the truth.
And that's not really hard to do.
No.
So, you learn anything from this, more power to you. If you don't, that's okay too, because we're going to keep on moving. But until Tuesday, I think it's going to be Tuesday, there's something supposed to be happening here. Either next weekend.
Yeah. I know we got the Tom Gardner thing coming up. We got vacation time coming up.
Yep.
I got some breeding to do.
Big bro coming to town.
Yeah. Big bro coming to town. Bitches is coming in heat. sometimes these shows ain't gonna be catching us on, and this one. Better have some guests to cover some shit. Get J-Bo up here. J-Bo, you're gonna have to just take over the show, man, a couple times, bro. I would love to have him come over here and just do a show with me.
Pit Dog.
Pit Dog too.
Yeah, well, Pit Dog.
Good show.
Yeah, he saved me a couple of times when he was sick. He came right through.
Mm-hmm.
I see my man.
Turner D and
see, Wilson ain't bought Shine. And I know he do. But that to me would, and then I would love to have Joe somewhere in that.
Yeah, Joe said he's gonna be retiring this year, so I want to be around when he retires, so he can be all out there, and because he said as soon as he retiring this year, so we can just hold on a little bit longer. He gonna give us what we asking for. So he just want to be retired from what he doing.
He almost there now. He's been there.
Yeah, he said this is it. I would love to have him on the show. Because Mr. Abraham is that dude. He done seen a lot of great shit. He done a lot of great things. Shit, give me a picture with John Bemis. And opportunities we have had to get that done back in the day, Mike. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the pictures, the pictures I had of Mayday. We had a video with Mayday. And not thinking nothing of that shit. When the Puppos took all my shit, they took all my historical shit. I had everybody. But I kind of lost interest after they took all of my pictures, Mm-hmm. Dude ran off with a bunch of my pictures. Then the people took my pictures. So I kind of lost interest of that because that was a lot of history that was just wasted and taken away.
And never given back.
Never given back.
So, that's okay. You live some, you go through shit like that, but we survived it. So, you looking forward to Tuesday, man? Cause I think we should be okay for next week, and I don't know about next Friday.
Right.
I don't know, but regardless, I'll let y'all know by Tuesday, because this is the summer. It is hot as hell. Man, I don't even see why they even come. I mean, who in the hell gonna be out there in this heat like that, bruh?
Today was 102 degrees here, Mike.
Right, that's what I'm saying. People, family ain't gonna be ready for this kind of shit, man. Talk about hanging out. Hanging out in what? Oh, I ain't trying to be out there in that heat like that, bro.
Right, we live here. We know how hot it is.
They ain't used to this. They gonna be falling. Joe, they gonna be falling out, bro.
And we talking about this our older brother, so he old.
He old. Yeah, he our oldest brother coming to Florida for the first time. Boy. So this is going to be a fun week. I think, yeah, that'll be next week though. But we're going to do our best to be here. But until then, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. Keep your head up. Keep on scratching. And hold on.
Don't be no buster.
No. I got something for that though. You know what I mean? Hold on. I got something for that. Hold up. Right here. This is it.
We in the trenches, feel that hunger in the air.
Yeah. Welcome to the yard. If you're tough, you can stare. Yeah. Welcome to the yard. Where the chain spots shine, bloodlines run deep. Every pedigree's prime. The game Apbt, worldwide pride. You come correct or stay the hell outside. Legacy made. We grind, we hustle.
and Mike locked in the scuffle. Yeah, we run the yard, iron fists and grit. When the sun comes up, no, we never gon' quit. Dudo and Devo, legends carved in stone. Patrick Bolio made the yard they home. Tanned and yellow, they whisper through the trees. Echoes of greatness, feel that legacy breeze. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodlines stack heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard where greatness prevail. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes, all on the fucking deal. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Tails in the dirt, every chain spot turn, lessons learned hard. Like the scars we earn, no shortcuts taken. Champions ain't bought, just blood and sweat. This legacy taught from Mayday to Ace, Buck to Jeep. Every warrior counts, we ain't losing no sleep. Heat like a furnace, knowledge is the key. In the yard we trust, we got the pedigree. Feel the intensity, blaze in the fight. In the shadows of the yard, we rewrite the night. From the ring to the chain, we like kings cut out. Mo and Mike, every victory's what we shout. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it all, bloodline stacked heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Y'all in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Yeah, legacy in the dirt. Yeah, to that fame. The game Apbt. Remember the name, so step back. If you can't handle the heat, the yard's going hard. Put the game on repeat. It's Mo and Mike. Kings in this game, going hard. Kennels forever ain't the same, nigga.